Happy New Year! Hey everyone, let's set the stage right. This is a recording, so I can pause, but I do just want this to be kind of like a fun little morsel. And by morsel, I mean probably 2 to 4 hours. Um, we'll see where it goes. It won't be like what I mean. And when I say morsel, what I really mean is it's going to be just the beginning. It's something that maybe you'll get inspired by, and I assume the title has somehow been named well enough to inform you that we're making a dropper game. And I love dropper games. I really wanted. I was looking for one the other day, and I couldn't find one that I just loved. I'll show you some of the examples, and yeah. So prepare yourself for very raw content. I definitely get comments from time to time that are like, "Ah, man, you need to polish up your videos." I'm like, ah. I do this for fun, guys. I don't get paid to do this. Or YouTube, the YouTube ad revenue is very, very tiny. It'll buy me a couple coffees. I don't drink coffee, but at least not right now. I don't. Well, anyway. Um, so I wanted to start with a little bit of history. I thought that would be a fun place to start on this topic. And if we go to the internet, I have opened up a bunch of things, and I thought we'd start with the most recent. The most recent being, and I do want to make sure my audio is coming through. It looks like it's good. The most recent being Last One Standing by, I can't remember the name of the studio. I think it's Lynx or something. But I know Victor Riddle worked on this one. And so I would almost feel bad making this because this one is so good. In fact, there's a lot here that I love, that I'm inspired by. I don't plan to take much because I don't plan to develop it that heavily. But you can see it's got the spinning thing. It's got like bombs that you can shoot from the side. Like I said, I have no intention, but the point is, this is a great one. My problem with it, it's mobile only, and I'm literally here just for VR. So, like, the version I'm going to build today will be mobile compatible, but it's very focused on making a VR game. Now, this is also super well polished. Looks amazing. I am sure it is amazing. I don't know if I've played it more than once, and if I played it once, I can't remember. So, apologies for that, but definitely one to go check out. I saved it on my personal account for reference. Anyway, Last One Standing. Very cool. And that's the basic concept, right? Like, so you jump from platform to platform, they disappear. I've heard that Fall Guys has a similar mini game included, but let's continue on. So another one was made more recently is Hexagon Falls by King of Miami, and it's a dropper. It has multiple tiers, which I like. I love the idea of there being multiple tiers, and he's made 2 versions of that, including this second one here. Next up on our list is one made by Treviso, who also made Maxwell Park. And he made this world, I can't remember the name of it, which is frustrating, but it only shows this one published world, so I'm assuming it's been deleted or something. And anyway, Treviso is an amazing, amazing artist. Definitely recommend checking out Maxwell Park. But he made one with Matthias, and I helped them a little bit. Fixing their bugs and such. And that one was one of my absolute all-time favorites. In fact, I'm really disappointed I can't find it. Maybe it was under Matthias's account. Let me pause and see if I can find it. And would you look at that, I found it. You know what? My wife was right. It was made with cubes. It's so funny. I remembered this being hexagons because hexagons are the bestagons, of course. But it was cubes. Yeah, this is a picture of it posted by Meta Horizon nearly 4 years ago. So this one might be older than I realized, but it's definitely amazing. So good. And I wish it would say the name. Does it not say? Pixel Plummet. Pixel Plummet. There we go. Okay. As you can see, it's gorgeous. We're going to get to that one. Search Pixel Plummet. Please tell me yours still exists. Maybe it was just published under Matthias's account. It is. I hate this. The world is so beautiful. I hate when people use AI art. Sorry, Matthias. I really do. It's just like it ruined. Like the world is so beautiful. Why? Like just use a picture of the world. It's great. Yeah, absolutely love this world. Pixel Plummet. I'm assuming this is the correct one, but there's no pictures, so it's hard to tell if it's the right. But I'm assuming it is. So anyway, yeah, I kind of helped them with the leaderboards, if I remember correctly, and getting that all working. player persistent variables, you know, that sort of stuff. Fun one. Absolutely one of my favorites. Then we have Ubi's Game Grid, which was published really a long time ago, 2020 November, and very good. It's, you know, based off of the throwing discs from Tron. So fun. Love this world. I'm just like, I guess I'll like it with my personal account or with my business account. So then we also had Last Candy Standing by Waffle Copters, which is another similar one. The candy falls out. I guess the point is, like, there's just a million varieties of this. One of the differences in this one is that the candies would shoot at the tiles. I do think they fell out from underneath you as well. And we should talk about the main problem with this. We should talk about the main problems, multiple, with this. And then one of the very first worlds I ever built was called the Endless Platformer. And you had the sand tiles and the gravel tiles would fall out from underneath you. You'd fall straight through the water. And it was, you know, it's a similar type of mechanic, right? Like you're jumping, you're trying to stay alive. Which is all to say that I love this type of mechanic. And I literally woke up out of bed. At some point I might like pause the recording and go take a shower, but I just really wanted to build this game mechanic. And it doesn't have to be good. It just has to be fun. It doesn't have, like, I mean, it doesn't have to look pretty. It just has to be fun. I might hit up some of my artist friends to make it look pretty later, if everything goes well. But most importantly, the reason these don't work is because in VR, you are looking down constantly, or you're looking up constantly, like at projectiles and things, and those are not good things. You need to be looking outward, like at all times. So that's something to think about, is constant looking down and constant looking up. Bad for VR users. It's not so bad on mobile because they're third-person perspective anyway. The other problem is it's a multiplayer game. So if you've only got one person there, can't really play. Kind of a problem. Especially because they're like last person standing. So I've got an idea to work around this. Number one, my thought is we start with... I'm using hexagons. They're the best guns, man. I can't believe it was cubes in the first one. I've always looked for hexagons, which is why I have such a hard time finding Pixel Plummet, because it was not hexagon something. I always remembered it as hexagons. That's so crazy. But anyway, we'll have this like giant array of hexagons, and then as you stand on them, they'll disappear. But they will not just disappear. They're going to reappear below you to make the next floor. So as you delete one floor, it makes the next floor, which means there's a single player mode where you try to delete all the hexagons, and then go to the next floor, delete all the hexagons, and then each progressive floor below that gets harder and harder, at least is the idea. And so one of the things I loved about the new Last One Standing by Victor and his team, I know he's not he's probably not in charge, but that's how I will consider it. And one of the things I loved is they had different designs, like they had heart-shaped designs and things like that. So I'm imagining you're plummeting from one floor to the next, to the next, to the next, and then just trying to see how far down you can go, I think would be really fun. There is an opportunity to let players just keep joining in. Oh, and I forgot the honorable mentions. Sorry. And there are so many I'm going to miss, but the two that I'll just throw out there was Got a Lot of Lava that we made a couple years ago when we introduced the desktop editor. Was that a year ago? I can't remember. It's been a wild desktop editor reign. And then the second one was, I think it was just a year ago. It's crazy. This year's been insane. And then the second one was the original of that, which was Last to Burn. So just want to throw those two out there because they're very similar mechanics. And I think there's a bunch more. There really is. Like I was thinking of Happy Dog's Revenge, which is really fun. There's a lot of these kind of like mechanics, similar mechanics. And I was hoping that when you see this, you'll be able to riff on it and kind of make up your own ideas and see that this really simple mechanic can be reshaped into just about anything. Although I hope to make the best. So we'll see. Actually, I'm not that crazy. I'm literally not. I'm just having fun. Literally just here to have some fun today. Okay. Without further ado, let's jump in. So let's see. Close, 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 close. Oops. I don't think there's anything important there. I think that's just all my plans for Slumber Party. Okay, let's go to a new world. We haven't even come up with a good name. Oh wait, it's not going to ask us about names yet. This is both a blessing and a curse. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is kind of max out and build a really simple mechanic. Because I feel like the mechanic itself can be built in only like just a half an hour. It's all the fun things that make it good that take a lot of time. So here we are. And I do want to give us at least some sort of name. Rename to, not New World 4. Well, we will call this Last Hex Down. I don't know, like for now it's a temporary word because you're going down, it's hexagons, it's kind of last person standing. I don't know, it's an interesting concept. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna need is a hexagon, and to be honest, I'm not gonna use the Horizon built ones because I feel like they're a little crazy, so we are gonna open up Blender. This is the start of where like the madness of today's recording comes into play. We're making a custom hexagon just to get started. Okay, so here we are. We're going to go A, X, delete everything. Then we're going to add mesh, and we want a cylinder. And then once you select a cylinder is secretly a hexagon. And to make it a hexagon, you come up here and change the number of vertices. There we go, down to just 8. That's an octagon. Hexagons are 6. There we go. There's a hexagon. Brilliant, right? Super duper brilliant. And since I'm going to try to design these, we will go with a depth of 0.1. Nice. Perfect. That is a great looking hexagon for our purposes. And I do feel like we probably have a good texture to start it off with. I loved the textures in and Last One Standing. I mean, everything about that world is so amazing, except that it doesn't support VR. Like, everything about that world is amazing, except that. So what they did is they basically had this kind of like glowing texture and a glowing crack. It looked amazing. What we can do is design this so that we can replace it later. Let's try that out as an example. So here we have our first hexagon. We'll go ahead and say File, Export FBX to Downloads, create a new folder called Last Hex Down, and then we're going to create this, and we'll call it the hex tile. Press Export FBX. All right, so now we've exported that. We'll go to our asset library, and we're going to My Assets, add new 3D model, no offset pivots, downloads. Oh, I forgot to triangulate it. Sorry, one second. Head back into Blender. If we switch into the wireframe view, you'll see that these are n-gons on top and they're quads on the sides. We need to triangulate for Horizon. Horizon will work with quads, but it will not work with n-gons. So we'll then click Apply and File. In fact, this is actually a great opportunity to show that this works. So let's try this out. This is one of my favorite new things. So you click Add New, 3D Model, and then choose File on your device, go to Downloads, Last Hex Down, Hex Tile, Open, Import, give that a moment. Shouldn't take too long, there's very little data in there. It's like 12 vertices. Place. All right, so there's our hexagon. And what we can do now that we brought it in is go to Blender. Oh, and here, it's hard to tell that this isn't working. Like, I mean, I'd almost say it is working, which is, it's not supposed to. Select texture. I'm hoping like putting a texture on it would make it easier to see that it's not working. Oh yeah, we probably should unwrap it. Correct, we should unwrap it at some point. But weird, that shouldn't be working. let's do an unwrap as well. So we definitely should have, I don't know why that's working. Does it support hexagon n-gons by some weird oddity? I don't know. Maybe they've added a new triangulation on import. I'm really, really unsure what I'm seeing. But what I can tell you is that the UV wrap was bad. So we're going to go to UV editing. Here we can see how the UVs are designed. And what we know is that these sides, which is really just these right here, and let me see if I can unselect that. Can I alt click, shift? No, I'm gonna just have to be a little bit more accurate this time. Oh, no, try this again. From right there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now that we have those selected, we should be able to just grab the shrink tool and shrink it on one axis so it actually more correctly represent the edges. Right about there, looks good. And now if we throw a texture on this, we can preview it here in Blender. So let's go back to layout. Let's grab materials, add a new material, call this material texture. And you know, there's another way to do this without adding material. So let's just remove the material. Let's go File, Export, FBX. Like, I feel like this might actually be easier. So we're going to replace this hex tile. So we go ahead and press Export FBX. And then here you can select this and right click and press refresh. And it's going to update it based on that file on your computer. And then that'll take a second. Then we can click on this and you'll see there's an update available. We just click update and the UVs are updated, but unfortunately we lost the texture, so I'll have to reselect the texture. One more time, lava. Look at that. Now we got the corrected texture. Now this texture is not a very good wrap because they don't line up very well, but you can see that it doesn't look weird anymore, and that's nice. So let's go back into Blender. Let's do the texture, and I don't think lava makes the most sense. I think something more like ice makes more sense. So we're just going to call this material ice. We'll come back to make it actually ice in the future. See if I can get more space right there. So then we're going to need a base color, which is an image texture. Then we press open. Let's see if I can find a good one. I know Galactic made me a ton of textures for Power Wash. And if I go down to Power Wash, Galactic textures, PNG, graffiti. Let's see if I can preview these. There we go. None of those look like ice, I'm afraid. Some of them are pretty awesome though, like space dust. Space dust. Well, we have this basic one that we use just so we can tint things, but I'm thinking, ooh, the grid one. What this grid? What this grid? Open image, dude. Like, that is kind of cool. We're gonna go with that. So the problem is it still doesn't line up on the edges. And so to fix that, we go to UV editing, press A to select all, zoom out, and we're then going to right click, maybe just click the UV drop down, unwrap minimum stretch. No, that still doesn't line it up. Let's see, UV, smart unwrap. I kind of just try a bunch of these until I get it right. Unwrap. No, it's still not there. UV, smart UV project, angle limit 66. Lower for more projection groups, higher for less distortion. Let's try 100 degrees so it includes the 90 degrees on angles. Oh, will it not let me go higher than 90? Okay, would hit up unwrap. Excuse me. Let's go over here and change the preview. So scrolling at the top, I can change it to preview and see what it actually looks like. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, that's actually interesting. Whoa. Wait, what? It's almost good. It's not great, but it's actually almost good. It's not great, but it's almost good. Wow. That's neat. Okay. So I'm not opposed to this one. Like, I could go with this. It wouldn't be my favorite, but I could go with this. Because it almost feels like it's thick. It's a thick boy. Let's see. Is there a way to scale this outwards? Oh my gosh, there is. Control Z. Scale from here. What? Oh, but it's moving it in space. I thought it was moving just the outside edges, but it's not. I wonder if there's a way to select just those top or just the bottom UVs, right? So if I can select these, does not appear that's gonna let me do that. Oh, maybe. No, this is just showing me the bottom side. Yeah, darn it. Okay, A, select all. There's another idea that I had that I thought could work, which was a spherical unwrap. So back to UV, unwrap, cylinder projection. Yeah, that's a mistake. UV cube projection. Yo, am I tripping? Or is that good? Am I tripping or is that? No, it's not good. That was tripped. Darn. It seemed close. There was just a couple like coincidental lineups. It's kind of just one of those play with it sort of things. You can do it by hand, which we were really close there with that other one. Sphere projection, no. Project from view would be very similar to what we had before. Yeah, that's it's actually not good, guys. If you tap on the Z and then go UV project from view, you get that, which is decent. But it does the same thing to the sides that we had before. So you still get that kind of oddity, for better or worse. Which I don't hate, right? Like I really don't hate it. And it's more lined up on the backside because they're, it's projected all the way through. So I do kind of like that one. And I think I might have to go with that. Follow active quads. No, that didn't work. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm pressing at this point. Oh, we could have done a project from view bounds to use up the whole thing. Should do that next time. Unwrap conformal. Nope. It does the same thing though. It just pushed it onto the left side. UV unwrap angle based. UV unwrap minimum stretch. Unwrap failed to solve 101 islands. Edge seems may need to be added. I think we're pretty good. I think we're gonna do this top-down perspective again, and then UV project from view bounds, so that way it's centered. Although it gets squashed. Nah, okay, so unwrap conformal, whoa. Project from view does this, then you can grab the whole thing and scale it upwards until it just touches the edges, which is kind of what I was going for. Why didn't that work? Oh, it only did the bottom. Wait, what? No, it didn't do anything. What in the world? Control C. A. Let's go back, try this again. Sorry, one more time. UV, project from view. There we go. Press A to select all. I guess I didn't have all selected, which is peculiar. Then scale it up until it touches the edges. Brilliant. In fact, you can't even go, because I think this is a tiling texture. We can go even bigger. Yeah, it's tiling, which is nice. But I'm not going to use the tile. We're going to just lock it in right there. So I think that's the right size. And I suppose it's good enough. Although if I can get rid of those by doing A and then scaling it down until they're just lines. Basically, if we can get down to just lines, let's see. Ooh, got there. I'm just thinking we can probably finesse it by hand until we get a look that I like. The line look I'm okay with. Okay, there it is. Sorry, it took a while, but we're there. Now we're gonna go ahead and click File, Export, And I do kind of, I mean, like I kind of wanted this to be unlit, but I think we're just gonna ignore that for now. Feels like if these lines were glowing would be amazing. I think we're gonna try to do that. So, sorry we haven't got to the coding yet, guys. This is worth it. I mean, I love having fun, and that's what we're doing today. Just about having fun. FBX, hex tile. We're going to export the FBX, so that replaces it. We then need to export this image. I do, like, I'm making a copy of it is basically what I'm doing. So image, let's go resize it. And I'm thinking 1024 is probably okay since it's gonna be everything. So let's not resize it. And then go image, export, where's the save as, to downloads, last hex down, and we called this ice. Oops, ice_br, and it's in a JPEG. I need to change that to PNG. There we go. And save as image. Okay, minimizing Blender for now. And now we're going to, in this case, we can't refresh it because we didn't upload it with a texture. So we need to instead replace it and select the new texture file with the hex tile. Press open and import. And then I do want to verify that my texture is correct, because that could cause some problems if I was wrong. So we'll go into this, hover over this to make sure it's a 1024 by 1024, perfect. If it was just even 1 pixel off, it would turn into a 2K image on the server, which would just not be good. So this is great. Now, to make this glow is another step. Now first, this is done. We can then hit update, and that's going to give us our new texture, which looks great. Focus, looks really good from all sides, love it. Okay, so the idea is, oh, I have a secondary idea that I think would make this a lot better. Okay, these edges should just not be, they should just not be the same color. That actually makes a lot of sense. This is more optimized though, and we're gonna have so many of these. But I was thinking we could do like a edge wrapper to make it look cleaner. I wonder if we can just modify the texture to support that. So if we go back into Blender, there's another really cool trick you can do, which is UVs, export UV layout. And we're going to export this to downloads. And we'll call this the hex UV layout. Okay, export UV layout. And then we can go to, oh, sorry, I just realized that I went full screen on that. I don't think that was intentional though, so I'm sorry. So this hex UV layout is completely invisible, maybe because I didn't select anything. Let's try it again. Let's go put this back in the top left corner, come on. Go UV, select it all. UV, export UV layout, hex UV layout, export UV layout. Okay, there it is, now you can see it. And it looks good. So now that we know where the UVs are, we can now modify the ice BR based off of that. And my tool of choice is called Photopea. I've actually learned about a new one recently that looks pretty good too. And Photopea has been super laggy, so I might want to try that out. I can't remember what it's called though. Oh, I'll have to try and remember. I downloaded it on my other computer and then deleted it because I didn't actually need it. But yes, you can see Photopea's been really laggy lately. Let me pause while I get it loaded. Okay, I finally found it. A little nervous because I literally don't know how to use this. I've just seen it and thought it was good. But yeah, let's give it a go. What the heck? I am not endorsing this product, just FYI. I mean, I am, but I'm not meaning to. So like, do some research maybe. I didn't, which is just such a bad way of doing things. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pause again. Okay, so that's installing, but I've actually decided that I'm going to use Paint instead. I know that's quite the change of pace, um, but I realize what I want to do is actually so simple. I'm pretty confident Paint is the solution today. Excuse me. Okay. Now, here we are in Paint. We'll go ahead and click File, Open, go to the IceBR, Open. So this is our image. Not too shabby. Let's zoom out a little bit. You can see it all. And there's a layers option now in Photoshop, so we can open up a new layer, and then I think we can import to layer. So File, Import to Canvas from a file, Downloads, UV Layout, Open. Look at that, perfect. All right. Now we can we can turn it off and on, so that's nice. Add another layer, and now we can just use that to mark up the edges. Sorry that took me a second. It was just like wanting to do something a little bit easier, but unfortunately there wasn't. So what I really want to do is basically section this thing up, and I'm not really sure the easiest way. There's this hexagon drawing tool, but I have a feeling it's not gonna work because it's just never gonna line up with our hexagon, I don't think. Oh wait. And it does line up with our hexagon. That's exactly what we needed. Exactly this. So yeah, we can line that up with our hexagon. Can we change the brush size later? It doesn't seem like it. Can we change? Oh, we can. Okay. So the color on the edges, I'm thinking like a bright white for now, but you know, I'd love to do something like a pink. It'd actually be great if we could change the color of that to like red on the fly. Like imagine we have two different textures, one pink, then it goes white, pink, red as it deletes. That could work. Okay, so now I need to make sure I line this up exactly with the edge so that it works correctly. So I'm just gonna try playing around with this just to make sure I've got what I think is exactly the edge. Looks like that's it. We can do off and on. Looks like I'm a little bit off. Can I adjust it? Nope. I messed it up. Once I unselected it, I lost the ability to select it. Let's turn this one. Let's just maybe give it a go. Okay. File, Save As, PNG, Ice. So we'll just call this Command A, hex, default, save, flatten image, continue. Okay, and then what we want to do is grab a dump bucket, change it to pink, and boop, file, save as PNG, hex, pink, save, continue, and then one last one in red, file, save as PNG, hex red, save, continue, and now let's save as a project called hex, save, in case we need to come back to this. Okay. So now the idea is we can go add, texture, choose textures, hex red, pink, and default, press open, import. And if we're very, very lucky, which I don't think we are because it looks like it was just a hair off on one of the edges, we'll be able to swap this texture out and it will create a nice border for us. Select texture, hex, default. Yeah, there's so that's what happens if you just mess up just slightly. And it's also not even around the whole edge. I mean, it's pretty close, but oh, it's so close. So, so very close. Yeah, so very close. Unfortunately, that means all three of these are wrong, so that was a waste. delete these before I get confused. Remove. 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 Okay, I'm going to pause while I fix it. So for anyone wondering, I basically have created a secondary hexagon that's just slightly larger with a little bit of red on the inside of it that I can turn off. So this is just opening the project up, and there we are. So, all right, I did add a dark red to our lineup. I thought that would be kind of fun. So it starts white, then pink, then red, then dark red, and disappears. So you have this kind of like almost last call for your final jump with the dark red. We could even make it slightly less time, which would be kind of fun. Okay, back in Horizon, add new textures, choose files, selecting all four, pressing open, pressing import. And this adds up to quite a bit of texture data, but considering it's used by all of them, I'm not that worried about it. There might be a better way to do it that could just change the edges color, which seems like a wise decision. But for now, this seems good. Now let's go ahead and select this, select texture, select our hex default. There we are, beautiful. Focus, Alt, look around, perfect. Now that makes it, this will make it really stand out when you have a bunch of these lined up next to each other too. Okay, so I think we're ready to start scripting the heck out of this thing. Woo, that's been a ride. I appreciate you coming along for that first 36 minutes there as we made this. This was really fun. I hope you guys are having a good time. Don't forget, you can always just skip around in the video. So this next one is just going to be called hex tile underscore entity. Control A, Control C, create and attach, and then there we go. So script is compiling, and then we'll be able to open that in VS Code. Here we go, attaching script. You almost done? It automatically sets it to animated, which is nice, which does change the way that light affects it, so keep that in mind. We're going to currently use the collider on this. It wouldn't be unwise to swap to using a cube collider, but there are very few triangles that make this up. We made it very optimized in Blender, so it's probably okay. And if we do get any sort of performance bottlenecking optimization requirements, we can come back to that later, like with, you know, performance tooling and stuff. But for now, let's just build it. Okay, this script is not compiling. Let go, select, scroll. There it is, 3 dots, edit script. The nature of Horizon is expecting everything to not work. So yes, I trust the authors. We'll move that into the top left. There we are. Allow. And let's get started. So the first thing, you know, I always do is delete the imports and the HC dots. And then we create our own explicit imports by Control-Enter. I know some people that doesn't work for them, so they can backspace the T. I'm not really planning to make today a tutorial. If you want to learn TypeScript, we have a whole playlist on learning TypeScript, so definitely feel free to check that out. The goal here is to know about the textures. So I think we should make a data file for that. So let's go hex tile underscore data, scripts, scripts in this world, a new script, hex tile underscore data. There we go. And the reason I'm making a data file, or just one of the many reasons, first of all, I love data files, but secondly, if we made it inside of the props or inside of this class, then every single hex tile will have this, but inside of data, there'll just be one. So we can go Control-A, backspace, export, constant hex tile underscore data equals JSON object. And inside of here, we want to define these. And so we're going to start with the tile textures, which will also be a JSON object, or I like to think of them as a bag of stuff or a folder. And then inside of here, we can have the white. And then we're going to, let's just define the first one and then we can duplicate it. So white is a new texture asset, parentheses, from big int, parentheses, single ticks, and then comma, Control-C, Control-V, Control-V. So we've got white, pink, red, and dark red. All right, now that we have this, we do need to grab these asset IDs. So we'll come over here, copy the asset ID for white, and I'm going to close out of this for now, head back over here to the script. I'm going to drag the script down just off screen so that I can quickly switch between the two. So here we got white and paste, and then we'll move on to pink, copy, and paste. And next we've got red, copy, and paste. And I'm almost thinking that this might be better inside of an array. There's only a few of them, but I'm kind of thinking we say tile textures is a square brackets, so it's no longer a JSON object, and square space square brackets, and it's no longer with names. So unfortunately that'll make it kind of hard to know which one's which, but basically you can think of them being in order from the way that they're supposed to be displayed. And then we can say at the very end of this, as texture asset array, and this just makes sure that this is locked in as a texture asset array. It can't be, like, TypeScript will prevent us from adding anything other than texture assets to it. Okay, so now we've got our tile textures, and what we want to do on start here is just create a basic loop to see this working. So we'll create a loop, parentheses, curly braces. We need to know the index, so we'll create an index equals 0, and then on start we need to start the loop, so we'll say async dot set interval, parentheses, and then parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, and we'll run this every 300 milliseconds. That feels almost too slow, so, or yeah, too fast. So we'll go there, change this to loop, parentheses. All right, now in loop we can say this dot entity dot as parentheses mesh entity dot texture dot set texture parentheses to hex tile data dot tile textures square brackets index, and then after we've used that index we can say index equals index plus 1, wrap this in parentheses, and then we can use the modulus to make sure that it stays within the length of the array. So then we can say hex tile data dot tile textures dot length. All right. That will keep this within bounds, and I am just going to add an extra set of parentheses, not required, but I like the way this looks, just feels a little bit more readable. Okay, now that that's done, we should be able to see this animating, and let's go ahead, wait for that to compile, console, clear, looks like it's done, play. Excuse me. Oh, I thought I hit, oh, right. How have I forgotten this? World simulation on. There we go, pink. And that should have gone a lot faster because I have it at half a second. Why did that stop there? Is it because I'm holding it? Let go? Off? On? It goes pink, but it doesn't change to any other color. Let's see, is there something simple I forgot to do in the code? Loop is called, index is updated every 500 milliseconds, loop, set interval, start, index 0, index plus 1, we're using this dot index. Tile textures has 4 in it by default. They are different. Console.log index. Clear. clear. World simulation on. It gets stuck on 1, which is peculiar. We've got comma separated values. Texture asset array. Just for the sake of argument, console.log parentheses tiledata.tiletextures.length. I'm almost wondering if this file didn't compile, and if I do this, it'll compile. Now this file will run during the compilation process, so we will get this console log right here. So there it is at 4, and 4 again as it recompiles. Clear, world simulation on. So, okay, the script is definitely compiled. There are definitely 4 items in there. Did I do something wrong with my math? We'll check it out in a second. Delete this, so we know that this file is good. Index equals this dot, oh, this is supposed to say +1. Oh my gosh. I forgot to hit the shift key when I hit plus. If you caught that, good job. Oh my gosh, that is so hysterically bad. Okay. For reference, I'm only human. Clear. And world simulation on. Okay. So what you're noticing the first time is that it needs to load the textures into the world. And so because of that, the first time it was a little laggy. What I think that means we need to do is basically somewhere in the world show the different levels. So we're going to take this hex tile, Control D. We're going to slide this over. Let's move this to specific position. In fact, I want to get the scale correct on these first. Right-click preview. Oh, that is a perfect size. Never mind. Scale's perfect. And so what I want to do, go to 0, 0, 0. Now let's go with the forward location, up by 2, forward by 5, and then I'm going to turn on snapping. So snapping by 0.15, and then Control D, drag that down, Control D, drag that down, Control D, drag that down. And so what I'm thinking here is we have an example of what this is going to look like so that people can see how this changes. So hex pink, go to hex red, hex dark red, but it also serves as a it preloads the textures for us. Does that look inverted to you? Oh, it does because of the lines. Okay. I'm gonna move that over. Sure. I'm gonna move it later anyway. Okay, and right about there. So jump into preview mode, see what that looks like. Oh right, they're all scripted still. Stop. Remove the script. Should have done this at the beginning, but I made that mistake. Okay, and remove script. And remove script. All right, now let's group these 4 together. Right click, create parent object. Call this the example hex. Okay, apparently I had caps locks on. Control A, example hex. There we go. And then I do want to go make this slightly different. All of these are set to animated, so I'm going to turn off animation. I'm also going to turn off collidable and set animation to none, so that way it doesn't count against our total number of animated objects. This is one of those games where there will be so many animated objects it will hit the maximum for amount allowed. And we want to make this top one collidable, so you can stand on it, basically. Let's go to preview mode. Nice. Jump on it. It's good. The invisible selection is a little annoying, but that'll not really be there. Okay, so we've got our first hex tile, and it's got the script attached. It's set to animated. Everything's looking good. Now, what we need to do is create a hex manager, but I guess we'll come back to that. Let's start by creating, in the data file, we have the tile textures, but we can also have the hex tiles. And hex tiles will be an array as a mesh entity array. There we go. And control save. And so now we just need to, on start, add self to this array. So right here on start, we say hex tile data dot hex tiles dot push parentheses this dot entity dot as parentheses mesh entity. And we don't want there to be two of these in the array, so we were going to start with a if parentheses not included. So hex tile data dot hex tiles dot includes parentheses this dot entity dot as parentheses mesh entity. Sorry. If so, it says if not included, then push into array. We can then delete this temporary display loop that we had made to preview this. And that's pretty much all that we need to do on this script to get it working. I'm going to take a little water break, 1 second. All right, so now we need to create some sort of manager, and I really just want to create a very basic version of this script to make kind of like a proof of concept. And so let's start by moving this tile to 0, 0, 0, and then up on the y-axis by 100, which is pretty high up. So maybe we'll go down to 50. And focus, F key to focus, there we go. And so then what we want to do is have a manager, so we'll call this the hex trigger. Really, it's just this. The first thing I want to build is what triggers the hexagon. So hex trigger, maybe it's like hex player. Let's start with the manager, sorry. Hex manager underscore entity. Okay. And this hex manager is going to have a utility called hex manager underscore function. I don't really like to do managers. So what I think I'm going to call this one is hex position underscore function. See, the manager is just so that we can get access to the world start event. And so the hex manager entity does need to be attached to an empty object. So we will go to our build menu and create an empty object, which we can then name the hex manager. And then down here, we can attach the script hex manager. We're then going to turn off collidable and animation. It was never collidable to begin with. And reflect light and shadows. There we go. Invisible, whatever. It's just all off. There's nothing to this empty object. I am going to move it to 0, 10, 0. So I think that's going to be the place where I hide objects in this world. Might do -10 actually under the world. Okay, so now we got our hex manager, and I'm going to sort these just in a way that makes sense. So I got hex manager at the top, example hex, and then our hex tile. And now that we have our hex manager, we can now write code in there. Okay, so we are done with this one and this one. Going into the hex manager entity, just as before. Okay. And what we want to do is on start call the hex position function. So we're going to create export constant hex position underscore function equals curly braces. And the purpose for creating this function file is so that the manager is just calling things. It's not in charge of anything. Otherwise, it's really hard to figure out how your code works. It's hard to read, hard to edit, that sort of thing. So we'll create a function down here, which will be called check if player, check for nearby players, and parentheses and curly braces. And so the goal of this function is to know when a player is on a hexagon. Check for nearby players. Okay. So we're going to the hex manager, and on start, we are going to create an interval of this that runs every, I think, in 10 times per second. So it's pretty fast. So we go check, async dot set interval, parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, comma, 100 milliseconds. And presumably this should only ever exist once. Start should only ever be called once. I'm like nervous because I just don't trust Horizon in the slightest. But anyway, well, we're going to go ahead and assume that Horizon works correctly and set interval is only called once. So this is running 10 times per second. And the reason this is not scary is because triggers are running 70 times per second. And so 10 times per second is 7 times more efficient, just right off the bat. Now, we do need to make sure our code is written very efficient if we're going to be taking advantage of this. Otherwise, you should just use a trigger, because triggers have other optimizations as well. So for us, though, this should be fine. What we need to know is if the player is playing. And I think to determine that, we are going to use the player's position to determine if they are in the game. And so we say constant players in game as is of type player array, which equals empty. And then we need to get all the players in the world, constant players in world, which will be equal to, oh right, we don't have a component utility in here yet. I'm thinking if I just want to bring that in real quick. I think I might create a hex manager data file instead, just for the ease of use today. So create a new one, hex manager underscore data. Okay. Go into hex manager underscore data, backspace, export, constant, hex manager underscore data equals curly braces. And what we need in here is a component. And component will give us access to async and a bunch of other things like player persistent variables. So hex manager data underscore component. If you have component utility data, use that instead. Component will be undefined as component or undefined. There we go. And then on the hex position manager start, we can call hex manager data dot component equals this. All right, that gives us access to the component. And then we can control save. And over here, we can now say hex manager data dot component dot world dot get players, which will get all of the players in the world. And then I think we'll just add a question mark, square brackets. So that way we are always receiving an array. There we go. And now we have players in game as a player array, and what we need to do is know the player positions. And I think what we might do is, instead of calling players in game a player array, we might instead make this into a map. So if we say players in game equals new map of type player, comma, vector3, we can then go and say players in world dot for each parentheses, parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, semicolon, enter. We get a player and player. Did I mess something up? Players in world is an array for each player, which should be of type player. Perfect. We can then say constant position equals player dot position dot get, and then if parentheses position dot y is greater than 10, meaning they're above the floor, so they're in the game, then we will say players in game dot push or dot set parentheses player to value position. All right. So now we have a map of all the players who are above Y level 10. Now we could of course track players in game some other way, but because players are very tricky and Horizon is very buggy, I would much rather be determining it continuously, so that we're not worried about, what I'm trying to say is, stretching. So we're not worried about like glitchers or weird things happening causing players not to get tracked. So this just guarantees that they're always being tracked. Okay. So now that we have our players, we now need to go through our tiles. And so our tiles are currently, they're in this data file, hex tile data. And what they're missing is their current position. And so what I think we're going to do is, under hex manager data, we're going to have the position stored. So we'll call this hex position map. Hex position map is going to be equal, or will be, a new map of type mesh entity, comma, vec3. Here we go. And now that we have this ready to go, we can then say players in world. We do need to fix this. I'm going to put a red dot next to it to remind me that this isn't yet set up. So then we say players in world dot for each, excuse me, this is not players in world, this is players in game dot for each parentheses, parentheses. Now we have the position and the player, and we can arrow function curly brace. And we should probably label this player position, since we're going to have tile position as well. Then we go to the game manager, the hex manager data dot hex position map dot for each parentheses, parentheses, tile position, comma, tile, and then arrow function curly brace, add a semicolon if you like those. And now we can check if the player is near this position. And we know that the position that we've grabbed is probably the torso position. So let's instead get the player foot position. All right, so now that we have the player's foot position, we can now track that to the hex position, which makes a lot more sense. And Then we can say if parentheses player position dot distance to tile position is greater than. And I'm almost wondering if we just want to first start by checking if how like I was thinking we could check the y value first, but I'm thinking most tiles should be on the same level. Of course, that won't end up being the case in the later versions of this, but anyway, we'll just use the distance for now. So if player position distance to tile position is less than 0. Less than 1, like you're within 1 meter, your foot's within 1 meter of the tile, that means you're on the tile, probably. Probably. We can check that out later. Then we want to do stuff. And for now, what we're going to do is just very quickly hack this together to see it working. And to do that, we will say tile. Ooh, we need it to iterate. We need it to iterate. I see. Let's create another script. Scripts and hex tile underscore function. And then hex tile function export constant hex tile underscore function equals curly braces, enter. First function is going to be tile activated. Okay, so tile activated. And I think there's an interesting note here about activated tiles, which is that, first of all, we need to know which tile is activated. So tile is a type mesh entity. We'll call tile activated, parentheses or comma, and then control save. Red dot here because we need to fix that. Which is that the hex position map really doesn't need to have these activated tiles in it, meaning we don't need to check the positions of activated tiles. And so what we'll do is call the tile function dot tile activated, passing in the tile. There we go. Control X, control save, and that will eliminate it from the hex position map as it's going through its little animation sequence. And so what we're going to do is, there's a lot to do with each tile. So I'm thinking there will be something more to do here. But see, for the sake of this argument though, I have some other utilities I'm wishing I had in here. Like I have this await utility that allows me to make animations. Super nice. What I want to figure out is this check for nearby players runs 10 times per second. It does its thing. The hex position function does that. It now activates it. So I think this script is done. The problem was on the manager data, the hex position map is never set up. And so when we go to the hex tile entity, for now, when we're adding this, we also need to add it to the map. So we need to say hex manager data dot hex position map dot set. And then we also want to then save this. So control X, say constant mesh entity equals paste, and then we can check this mesh entity. It's not included. We can then push this mesh entity, And notably, we can also set this mesh entity with the current position. So we'd say this.entity.position.get. Okay, Control save. Okay, so hex positions are now set up in the position map. And then when this hex manager data goes, or when this, you can mark that red dot off. When this hex tile function tile activated goes off, I'm thinking we say constant position equals hex manager data dot hex position map dot get parentheses tile, and then if parentheses position, so we then want to delete it from the map, so we say hex manager data dot hex position map dot delete parentheses tile. Okay, so that removes it from the map. And then I think we're just going to really quickly hack this together just to get a working, prototype. And this is going to be very, very ugly code. So we need to go to hex manager data. Oh man, I'm going to bring in my async code. I can't do this without it. It is so useful. Let me go. Where am I going to find this? I think I can find it in VS Code faster. File, open recent, and let's see. Must be this one. Yes, I want to save. Okay. So then down here, I've got a bunch of utilities, and I just want to open this in a new tab. Utility, component, right-click, reveal in Finder, file, open recent. There we go. Okay, so we're back over here. I've now got these scripts, which I need to paste into this folder. So right-click, reveal in File Explorer, and then what we're wanting from Slumber Party is both this utility component and where's my utility? Await utility, or it's a util asyncs. Control C. That's it. Control V. I'm going to leave this off to the side in case there's something else that I want to grab from there. Believe all of these are available in the description. There's a link to the Google Drive. If not, I'm going to open them up anyway so you can see them. So we'll start with the component data, which you can see just stores a component just like before. I did this differently in the past. I'm going to change this now to component : undefined as undefined or component, and delete. I like the way that looks so much better. Control save. And then this one sets it, and so it just needs to be attached to something. So once again, just like we did with the hex manager, we're going to Control D and move this up. Call this the component utility, and same position, just different script. Remove script, attach script. There we go. And also doesn't need to be animated. And I'm going to move this up higher because it's a utility. Okay. So now that that's set up, we can use that instead. So we'll go to the hex manager data, delete this, control save, hex manager entity, delete this, control save. And we need to go into our hex position function and change this to component utility data dot component control save. Okay. Now with that set up, we can then go into our async function, and you can take a look at how this works. It's just a simple wait, and so this wait says wait for some duration in milliseconds. using a promise as returned void, and then return the new promise after a async set timeout is resolved. Pretty straightforward. Very confusing if you've never written one of these promises before, but very straightforward otherwise. Okay. So now that we have that, let's close out of all the stuff we don't need anymore. In fact, I'm just going to close out of everything and then open what we're using. And so what we are using currently is the hex tile function. And so what I'm going to do down here is create a separate function which is tied to this. So we'll call this tile animation, parentheses, which takes the tile and curly braces. And the tile is, of course, of type mesh entity. And then right here, we can call tile animation and parentheses. Okay, so now this is going to call the tile. This is going to animate the tile, make it look pretty. Now, to do this, it needs to be async because things are going to happen over time. And the first thing it does is it lights it up red. And so we go tile dot set texture to parentheses, and then we go to the tile data dot tile textures square brackets 1. I know this kind of defeats the purpose of having an array. Like there's definitely a way to write this so we could add more colors, but I think I'm just going to hack it like this for now. Await async utilities dot wait. So an await tells us to wait until this wait is over, and then we wait for, we were saying 500 milliseconds. I'm gonna go 400. 500 might be too slow, I'm thinking, I'm not sure. And then we'll add a few of these, and then Control C, Control V. So you step on it, it immediately turns red, and then it immediately turns, and then 400 milliseconds later, it turns pink. Oh, sorry, no, it turns pink, then red, then it turns dark red, which is 3. And then 200 milliseconds later, because we want to do half speed on that, it's disabled. It's like, and so I'm thinking we should actually return a void like a promise. So return promise of type void. And so then right here, we can return I think that's it. I don't use these very often, so I'm a little out of my realm. But so the tile animation, we need to make this async as well, so that we can await this. Await. So now we await this to complete. So it sets the texture to pink, then red, then dark red, and then it's over. And I think what's interesting here is once it changes it to dark red, I'm almost thinking we do this. Alt, arrow up. Oops, the return needed to stay down there. The idea is if we get this tile animation returning once it turns dark red, we could make it non-collidable on dark red. So we say tile.collidable.set to false, right? And then 200 milliseconds later, it disappears. And then we say tile.visible.set to. So basically you'll have just that split second to jump off of it. We'll see how that feels in a second. Visible set to false. Okay. So tile animation, collidable set false, wait 200 milliseconds, visible set false. And then what I want to do just for the sake of making this easy right now is spawn it right below. And it's going to just take a second to set up. We will wait 400 milliseconds before it respawns. So it's visible, Then 400 milliseconds later, we set the texture back to default. We set visible back to true, collidable back to true, and we move it. So then we say tile.position.set to, and we still have the position available, position.subtract a vec3.up. So it moves down by 1. Let's instead do subtract new vec3 parentheses 0, comma 3, maybe 5, comma 0. Okay, so then we set the position, but let's actually calculate this position. So we say constant new position equals control X, control V. Sorry, my throat. New position. All right. So we've got new position is position.subtract. Then position is set to that position. Then the visible is set, the collidable is set. And what we also need to do is set it the position in the map so that it's back into being tracked. So now we go into the hex manager data dot hex position map dot set for the tile the new position. There we go. And since it's been reset, it can then call this all over again. Okay, I think we've just done it. We've now got the game mechanic ready to go. So I could test this with 1, but where would the fun in that be? So let's go Control D, grab our snapping up to 1 meter, and see what this looks like. Snapped 1 meter out, 2 meters out. 2 meters looks good. Control D, 1, 2, 3, 4. Control D, 1, 2. Control D, 1, 2. And I'm kind of curious. Control D. That is dead center. Nice. 1, 2. It's not perfect there. I almost feel like I need to eyeball it. Let's try 0.5. Any chance? Ooh, no chance. 0.25. Where's the math? Is that it? Is it just a... That looks good. Okay. Okay, back up to 2 meters. And Control D. Control D. Control D. D. And then theoretically, we'll tile those later. Anyway, so we can tell that there's some sort of mathematical way of doing this. Go ahead and world simulation on. Okay. Right click and preview. It's turning red. Oh, snap. Oh my goodness, that is freaky. Okay, so definitely works. Okay. There's a little bit of a like flicker happening, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, as you can see, it just keeps going down. And then, you know, eventually you run out of tiles. And it gets harder and harder. And that's kind of the idea. It's pretty straightforward, really. Wow. Well, I'd say that's a smashing success. Okay. Breaking there, I think. So, I need to go grab some water, proper breakfast, all that good stuff. That's what I was looking for. I mean, that was pretty good. I wonder what's up with that flicker, though. I don't think I can walk away with that flicker happening. Like, what is that? What is that? Is it flickering because it's changing texture? I don't think so, but maybe. Did I somehow mess up the position? Maybe we need a console log and just try with 1. Let's see. Hex tile function. immediately deletes itself from the map. The position has to be in the map for this to run. So it's unlikely that there's two of these happening. But I suppose it's possible that there's somehow some sort of delay. Well, we know the positions are unique to each tile, so we will console.log parentheses position. And when we jump on one, let's see if this happens once per cycle. Clear, back to the top. Clear, world simulation on, right click, preview. There it is. Oh. No, it's all good. I don't see it doubling up. But there is definitely that. Oh, I see what it is. Oh, I see what it is now. I see what's happening here. We need another delay before we set it to visible. The position doesn't happen immediately, but a visibility change does. I didn't know that. Okay. So right here, we have this wait, but we've just set visible to false. So when we set visible to false, let's do all of this other stuff. Like, it's not visible anymore. Visible appears to happen instantaneously compared to everything else. So visibility is set to false, the texture is updated, the position is recalculated, the position should not be set into the map until after the whole thing is, oh wait, that is happening at the end. Yeah, so the position is set, the position map is set, the visibility and collectability are set to true. Okay. I'm going to reverse this so that logically it flows a little bit better. So you think, oh yeah, we've done all the things, now let's put it back in the map. Even though it happens instantaneously, so order didn't really matter. It just flows better in my mind. Okay, give that a second to compile. The flicker should be gone. I want more of these. I'm going to change this to 0.25 snap. Select, select, select. Select, select. Control D. Drag over. Nice. That's pretty good. All right, clear. World simulation on. Right click preview. Running across. I like that I can just run because mobile players are not going to be very good at jumping. Oh, apparently I ran so fast. Wait, is that possible just to run so fast that it doesn't set them off? It does appear to be. Is a bit of a problem, isn't it? Now, I did want to know, can I stand on the edge of one? Oh yeah, so it totally works. Ooh, whoa, from all edges. I mean, this works perfect. It's so good. Made it. Nice. Love that. Hardcore parkour. It almost gets all of them, but 10 times per second doesn't appear to be enough. It appears we need to go a little bit faster than 10 times per second for checking because it's such a fast-paced game. That makes sense. So let's go back up to the hex manager and change the delay to 50 milliseconds, so twice as many checks. And save. Let's think about that. I don't think there'll be any problems, especially since when they're animating, they're not in the array. So the more players you have, the more checks there would be, but the more players you have, the less tiles there are active at any given time. So they kind of like counteract in my mind. Right click preview. Okay, running fast. Nice. Yeah, that definitely seems to be working a lot better. It does feel really instant, like the moment I land on it. It should also be happening from right above. Like theoretically, let's see, if I jump over a tile, does it set off the tile? Wow, it doesn't appear to. That's awesome. Like, that's pretty darn lucky. Okay, love this. There was a console log I forgot to delete inside of the hex tile function. Save. Okay. Brilliant. Very happy. We'll check back with you in a minute. All right, we're back. Okay, where to start? So first thing I thought was deleting the map. I don't know. I've definitely done this before, but I mean, we're already doing it, so basically, oh, there's so much to say, but I can't put it into words in a way that makes sense. Let me try to, though. Okay, so from the hex position function, we say check nearby players every 50 milliseconds, so 20 times per second. We then get the players in game, we go through each player in the game, and then while we're inside of each player in the game, or excuse me, sorry, players in world, we go through them, then we go through players in each in game, and then we go through the hex position map, and in the hex position map, we call the hex tile function. Now, notably, this basically means that all of this happens before the next for each goes off. So here in hex tile function, although I guess it is async, so that's not actually true. So we're deleting the hex position map first, though. And so what I was thinking is we should just pass in the tile and the position, and then we don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. And we can do the deleting back over here. So we can say delete here, Shift-Alt-F, and go tile, comma, tile position. And we'll get some space in there, Control-Save. In fact, we definitely need to delete first, right? Right? I don't know if it matters, but we were deleting first here, so we might as well put it at the beginning. Okay, so we delete it, then we call this, and that removes it from the map. Now, this might not be the best way to do it, but I think like we could create an array of activated tiles after, and then go through that array and then call that. We could also do a for loop rather than a for each loop. Like there are a lot of other options. I'm gonna go with this way. It should be fine. We were basically doing the same thing before. Okay, so Shift-Alt-F, Control-Save. So now we call tile activated, which starts the tile animation, sets the collidable to false after the tile animation's over, waits 200 milliseconds, sets visible to false, sets the texture, updates the position, waits another 400 milliseconds, and resets visible and collidable. Hex position map set, new tile position. Now, we also need to add sound effects and visual effects. I did want to take a quick moment here to just acknowledge that we are basically at the end. This is a great point where if you feel like you learned something and you had fun, you might consider just, I don't know, going and applying it if you want to, and doing whatever you want. I don't think I'm going to build too much of the game loop itself into this. I haven't really even figured out what the game loop looks like. Still kind of working that over in my brain. But I thought I'd just keep going because I want to, and I think there's some fun in doing it. So I'm expecting another hour and a half of just fun content. Feel free to hang out for that. Like we're adding sound effects, visual effects, haptics. We're going to be checking things, looking over the code. There's definitely some value in it. But as far as the main topic is concerned, we've basically covered it, right? Like it works, it does what it's supposed to, it's great. Okay, so let's keep going. I might even try implementing various textures where each floor has a different texture on it. I thought would be kind of fun. And then just like a texture, like, or excuse me, the layouts. We're gonna work on layouts at some point because right now it just moves down, but like it should also have specific designs that it needs to do. So there's a lot of interesting things to work through and kind of like develop. And I think it's always first important to just focus on finding the fun. And so that's what we're still doing. Okay, so we need to add sound effects and visual effects. And interestingly, we have this tile activated, getting the tile, the position. It would be nice to know the player who activated the tile. So player is of type player. And then that means we got to come back over here and then pass that in. So comma player, there we go, Control-Save. Now, with this player, we can play visual effects and sound effects at this position. I was thinking we should have a sound effects and visual effects that register themselves. Oh, but there's something I really need to check first before we get into that. Is this, okay, there it goes. I'm like, is it gonna compile? Start, right click, preview. I wanted to know if you stand right here on, yeah, that's what I was concerned about. I think we had this problem in Got a Lot of Lava, if I'm not mistaken. So the distance needs to be increased. It's really just on the corners. I mean, it's a very, very, like, it's hard to get. So we don't need to increase it by much, but right here where we're checking the distance, we were checking of 1 meter. We're gonna just increase that to 1.1 meters, and I'm hoping that's enough to not break anything and allow everything to work as we'd expect it to. Then a second to compile. Okay, world simulation on. Right click preview. Preview. It seemed like that corner was still a place you could get stuck on. Yeah. I mean, at some point you got to ask, is that me? Because like we're using the mesh colliders, so you know the colliders are accurate, and you know. Oh, that's pretty good. All right, we're going to 1.2. Control save. It's a lot higher than I'd like it to be, but. World simulation on. Preview. Preview. We can do this. No. Like, I think it's good. I'm pretty sure that we've hit the right number. Granted, what happened before was kind of wild. Okay. Whoa. Still activates pretty much instantaneously. You can jump over tiles. Jumping. Oh, no. It doesn't look like you can jump over them. Yeah, okay, so jumping over seems to no longer work, which is quite tragic, really. Now, we could determine this by checking the Y distance first, and saying basically your foot has to be grounded, and I don't think that adds too much of a check. So right here, we could say if player position dot y minus tile position dot y, and so we're going to say this is less than 0.2. Wrap this in parentheses. Wrap this in parentheses, and then add math.absolute value. The player position should be higher than the tile position, so this should always be positive. But just in the off chance, I mean, we really don't need the absolute value there, do we? But yeah, because the player position should always be higher, and if you were somehow below it, I guess, I don't know, like that would be really strange. Less than 0.2. Okay, and you are within 1.2 meters, then Now what this also does, which is nice, is it eliminates running this distance check unless the y values are close. So you aren't checking, oh, that's where absolute value would come into play, wouldn't it be? Right? Because if the player is below one that's above, this would still be, yeah, because this will take a negative value and turn it positive. So let's imagine that you are 5 meters below one. So then that tile's position is 5, and you are at 0. Like you can just use those numbers for the reference points. Then 0 minus 5 is -5, which would be below 0.2, but by making it absolute, it becomes +5, and therefore is not within 0.2. Okay, cool. So yeah, this very much also eliminates early, like it removes running this distance operation unless you're close, you're like on the same floor, you're on the same layer as that tile. Perfect, I love it. Clear. World simulation on, preview, jump, jump. Still super instant when you're running. Like a boss, man. Let's go. So you can really jump. I love that. That actually improved this whole thing a lot. Okay, we're gonna try some corner standing. Nah, can't do it anymore, I don't think. Anyway, okay, so this is great. Love it. Absolutely adore it. I think we move on to sound effects now. Okay, so for our sound effects, we're going to create a brand new script for this. So we're going to go to, let's see, scripts, create new script, and this will be called the player fx underscore, and then we'll call this entity. And so what I want to do is basically for every player will have their own set of effects, so you're not fighting over somebody else's effects. And then we'll basically go ahead and create a new script called player fx underscore data. And I think we'll also create one called player fx underscore function. Perfect. Heading over to our player fx data file, we'll define this first. Control A, export constant player fx underscore data equals curly braces, and then I'm going to do an array, so we'll call these, well, it's a map really, because it's mapped to each player. So we'll call this the player fx map, which will be a new map of type player, comma, JSON object with the sound effects, which will be an audio gizmo. Weird that that's not working. Comma, and a VFX, which will be a particle. Guess I'll fix that in a second. I see what I did wrong. Right? Curly brace, parentheses, and comma. There we go. I just needed to finish it off, it looks like. Particle gizmo. Okay. So Shift-Alt-F, and we can hover over this map to see that the player is mapped to a JSON object with stuff in it. Okay, now that that is set up, we can then go into the player fx function and say export constant player fx underscore function equals curly braces function play fx and then parentheses, position will be a vec3, and we need to know the player, so I guess we'll type that in first. Player, colon, player, comma, position, curly braces. Okay, so we take a player and a position, and then we just play the effects. So we say constant player fx equals player effects data dot map dot get parentheses player, and then if parentheses player effects exists. You know, this is interesting. It's an interesting way of doing it. I guess it'll be okay. If player, I mean, it really is. I usually would use index and an array, so I'm like, this is going to be weird to set up. We'll get there though. If player effects, curly brace. The benefit to this though is that we don't have to call player.index.get regularly, which is a bridge call to C#. So that's nice not to have to do this, especially since it's going to be going off a lot. We'll export the play effects real quick before I forget. Okay, so if the player effects is valid, we can then go to player effects dot sound effects dot play. We do need to move it, and I guess I'm going to need to make this async because I've had issues recently with the sound and visual effects not moving in time. VFX.play. So we're going to go and add a await async utilities dot wait parentheses for 50 milliseconds. 50 milliseconds is too long. Should be more like you hit it. It's got to be really fast. But I think it takes 1 frame for the stuff to move, so 50 milliseconds might be required. 1/20th, 120, 25 milliseconds? We'll try 25 milliseconds. Okay. And then we need to go player effects dot sound effects dot position dot set to the position, and Control-C, Control-V, same thing for the VFX. And we also need to play haptics, which I'd like to sync with these. But we could go slightly faster, so we might as well. So we'd say player dot right hand dot haptics, play haptics, parentheses, duration. I mean, you're gonna be hitting these pretty fast. So let's imagine I was running at shift speed. Bom, 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 3, 4 per second. Let's go with 150 milliseconds with a haptic strength of medium. That way we can use strong for something else if we need to, like getting hit or something. Medium, and haptic sharpness will be soft. Oh, sharp probably makes the most sense. I'm thinking soft. Let's try. I mean, I can't test it because I'm not in VR, but when I get to testing this in VR, if I don't like it, I can change it. All right, and then we do the same thing to the left hand, so duplicate, and there we are. Okay, so we play haptics, we play sound effects and visual effects. We wait 25 milliseconds to play them. Ta-da! Okay, this function is done. Now we just need to really get this player effect set up. So we can close out of this, put a red dot here to remind me that this map is not set up yet. Open up the player effects entity, and we're going to do the same thing as always. Delete, enter, backspace, backspace, control, period, enter. Props. We need to know about the sound effects and the visual effects. This could be running on one of them, but we'll ignore that. So sound effects will be, man, I haven't done this in a while. Curly braces, type, colon, prop types, dot entity, comma, Shift Alt F, Control C, Control V. I'm pretty sure that's correct. It's been so long, I'm like second guessing it. Enjoyed a nice holiday break, guys. It's been good. Sound effects and visual effects start. So what we need to know is what index we are for. And so in player effects data, we need to know the registered array. We'll call this the player index array for player index array. With what entity. What entity? I don't know how to word this. This is so terrible. We're just going to call it an index array, and I get it's a terrible name, but it's just square brackets as entity array. Okay, control save. And so what this will do is it allowed us to say my index equals -1. Then on start, if parentheses not included, so go into the player effects data dot index array dot includes parentheses this dot entity. If it does not, then we can go my index equals index, let's see, player effects data dot index array dot push parentheses entity, so this dot entity. And you'll note here that it appends new elements to the end of the array and returns the new length of the array. So my index is not length, it's actually length this -1. So we say player effects data dot index array dot push this dot entity. And I suppose we could do my index minus minus. I think that's probably the easiest way to do this and make it legible. We could also do -1 at the end, but I feel like that makes it harder to read. Readability is everything. Okay. We could also set it right here, which might be the more readable version of this. This dot my index equals player effects data dot index array dot length. That could be the way to go, because when you add one, the new index is the length of it before it's added, so that would make sense. Okay, I think that's even more readable. Okay, so we update the index, we push it into the array, and now what we need to do is add a pre-start. And I prefer not to see the void, so I remove that, and then we're going to add a player enter world event, parentheses player, player. And this is where we're going to find out if the player is our player. And so we'll need to connect that. So connect code block event, this dot entity, comma, code block events dot player enter world, comma, parentheses, player, arrow function, curly braces, player enter world, parentheses, player, semicolon, semicolon, shift alt F, control save. Okay. So this connects the code block event received on all entities for player enter world, having a player parameter, passing player parameter into our local this. Now that we receive the player enter world, we can say if parentheses the player dot index dot get. And I'm kind of wondering, because this means that every single one of these entities is going to be running this same check, if we shouldn't instead make some sort of global manager that does this. Because there is a data file with all of them in there. I think we're not going to worry about over-optimizing right now. We're just going to get it to work correctly, and then if we need to optimize later, we can look back later. Okay, player enter world, player index get equals my index, then we go to the player fx data dot player fx map, and then dot set parentheses for the player the sound effects and visual effects. Now to do this, we're going to need to save this. I think this is the easiest way to do it, is just save it on start. So we say sound effects is of type audio gizmo or undefined, control C, control V. Visual effects will be similar. Particle gizmo or undefined. And then on start, we can update this. Control Control Z, Control Z. Let's do it at the bottom. Okay. Sound effects equals props dot sound effects dot as audio gizmo, Control C, Control V, VFX, VFX, particle gizmo. Ta-da! Okay, so then here we can say if sound effects and VFX and player index.get triple equals my index, which we'll wrap in parentheses, just for my brain. Then we can set it to be sound effects colon this dot sound effects, comma VFX colon VFX, and Shift Alt F. All right, now that adds it to the map when the player enters the world. So we only have to run this player.index one time, although it's one time times the number of effects entities. Okay, Control save. So with all of that set up for our player effects entity, we now need to create the player effects. And we're going to do something relatively simple for this. So we've been storing stuff under the world, so I think we're going to continue doing that. Let's go to build. We're going to visual effects. We're going to use one of the original super simple visual effects. Let's see if I can find one of those. Effects, particle effects, right click. Oh, no right click, place. Still learning this new menu up here. Okay, so we got our prototype particle effects. Apparently moved down here. We're going to move it to -20. Press F to focus. Okay, so now we are well below our -10, and we want to change this to be, I'm thinking hit ring. So as you walk on it, you get this kind of effect. We're going to turn off play on start. We're going to change the scale of this down to 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, which does change the scale of the ring itself to a more manageable, probably about 1 meter wide, I'd imagine. We can adjust it if necessary. Then we're going to go ahead and call this the player VFX. We're going to attach the player VFX, or the player effects entity script. We're going to reference self, which I guess I can just drag over into the VFX slot. And now we got to reference the sound effects, which we don't have. So let's go sound, and let's grab a, I want some sort of beep sound, I'm thinking. I wonder what I can find that'll sound good. There's quite a few of these. Place, 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 place. I really wish they would make it possible to listen to those sounds. Sure would be nice. And it looks like, unfortunately, these all get moved up. So I am going to copy the position of this before I go up here. Now let's go ahead and listen to these. Absolutely not. Nope. That's a maybe. Absolutely not. Maybe. It's a little too high though. Let's go back to this timer beep. Let's turn the volume up to 0.8 and take the pitch down to -16. It's a little bit better, -8. It's definitely got something there. It almost would be nice to have like a player crumbling effect for when the block disappears. I'm gonna write it down on my notes over here. Crumble effects, question mark. I think we might be able to use this for now. Paste position, F to focus, scale to 0.25. Sorry for zeroing. Watch flashing warning, I should say. Oh, for whatever reason, it doesn't flash. That's nice. All right, there we go. So there's those two. So we'll call this the player sound effects. Yeah. Now the distance on this definitely should go down to something like 25. So you got to be kind of near it to hear it. Pitch randomness is going to stay the same. Volume randomness is going to stay the same. visual effects. We'll now reference the sound effects. And like that, it's all set up actually. You can duplicate this for the number of players in the world. I don't plan to do that until we're actually ready. I am the only player, so hopefully my index is 0, but we will know momentarily whether or not that's the case. World and play. Okay, I must have done something wrong. Oh, I forgot to call the function. I was like, oops, what? Okay, so we fixed that. Go into the hex tile function, and we call tile animation. But before we call tile animation, we need to call the player effects function dot play effects, passing in the player and the position. Play effects does have a promise if we wanted to wait for the effects to finish playing, but I think they can run in parallel. That's fine. Player and world simulation is on. That one went down, which is peculiar. World simulation on. That is so strange. I wonder why it thinks I'm there. That is fascinating, isn't it? That is fascinating. Okay, so the visual effects, too small. Needs to go to 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Needs to really cover the whole thing. This can go up a click. We'll change this to 0.5 so they match in size. The bass felt like it could be bassier. Just, it's not the right sound. I will have to come back to this to get these sounds correct. Let's go world simulation on, preview. I mean, I kind of like it. I don't like the sound. I like the effect, though. I think the ring might be a little too big. Like it should go down to 0.4. Oh, you know what it needs? Oh, I know what it needs. Oh, I know exactly what this needs. Oh, this is so obvious. Why didn't I see this before? Okay. Let's get going down here. So first of all, we had determined that this needed to be focus, zoom out, change my camera speed to much slower. Okay, there we go. 0.4 seemed like it would be the right approach. The base of this, we're also going to move this to 0.4. And then the base pitch is going to go down to -16. Okay, here we go, here we go. So what we're going to then do is go to our player effects function, and we're going to create a map called the pitch map. So constant pitch map equals new map of type player, comma, number. And then we want to increase the pitch. So we have to first determine the pitch. So first of all, we have to get the player effects. Assuming there are player effects, we can keep going. We can then say constant pitch equals pitch map dot get parentheses for player. Now the player won't be in there at first, so then we say question mark, it starts at -12. And then we can then say if we wrap this in parentheses, we can then add 1 plus 1, and we'll start the pitch at minus 13. Actually, we were at minus 16, weren't we? Minus 17, excuse me. Okay, so it starts at minus 16, but this is kind of like the filler. And then it increases by 1 pitch every time you step on one. So then the pitch has been determined, but we need to update the map immediately afterwards. So we then say pitch map dot set parentheses player comma pitch. There we go. And now, right here, when we move the sound effects, we can also adjust the sound effects pitch. So we'll say player effects dot sound effects dot pitch. Yeah, there was pitch dot set to do the pitch. And we do need to clamp this. So we're going to wrap this in one more set of parentheses and then say what's our maximum. So for now we're going to do math.min, which allows us to set a max. I know it's confusing, but the minimum chooses the minimum value. So if we say the minimum value is 8, then when this number gets higher than 8, when it's trying to add 1 higher, so it tries to go to 9, it just stays at 8. That works, but we do need some way to reset this, like if you wait more than half a second. And so that's where things get a little bit more complicated, because we're going to also need an async map. So we'll call this the you know, there's another way to do this that's actually quite fascinating. Let's try this. Right here, Control C, we're going to say you have to be moving pretty fast to increase. So it kind of like scares you, right? Like this is to scare somebody because you hear that pitch increasing. So we're imagining we wait 250 milliseconds. And then after waiting 250 milliseconds, we say if parentheses pitch map dot get parentheses player triple equals the current pitch, meaning nothing has changed in the last, since this whole animation has occurred, then we set the pitch map dot delete player. We could also set it to 0. I think setting it to 0 probably makes the most sense. Pitch map dot set player to, let's just delete them. No, I think it makes more sense to delete. That makes it less confusing so that the pitch value here that's manually kind of like a magic number doesn't need to be in 2 places. So get player, if that player triple equals pitch, then delete the player from the map because they're going too slow. But going slow is the goal, right? So we might actually need to make this even smaller, like 150 milliseconds. But let's try it out. This should be really exciting. I am very, 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 very excited about this, if you couldn't already tell, based on the number of varies. Okay. And world simulation on. Preview. Something's wrong. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but it was annoying as could be. Something went very, very wrong. I have a feeling it's somehow modifying the original, this value. It's not setting this value, it's modifying it. Starts at minus 17 plus 1. Pitch dot set. I wonder if we set this to 0 if it would work. Let's try 0. And on simulation on. Preview. Okay, maybe this timing is correct. Okay, okay. I mean, we're getting there. Let's change this to 450 milliseconds because it was not increasing the way I would have expected it to. Clear, clear. World simulation on. Right click preview. So just going kind of a decent pace. Okay, yeah, I'm really liking this. So anytime you jump, it's going to reset it. That's the highest we've seen it. I think I hit every single one. So at the very end, when people are really going slow, this is what you'll hear. But if someone's going for a kill, you'll hear this. I love it. Oh, I love that so much. What a fun approach. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick water break. And more proof that hexagons are the bestigons. We have a hexagon made from hexagons. So I was just kind of like playing with an idea of having a map that starts like this. The problem is we really want this to be cool. Coolness is one of the most important factors. And so if this is the default design, we need to figure out how to mathematically calculate this and create a an array of positions that represents this original formation. So that is our next step here, is creating different designs for each level. And I figure I didn't make this as big as it possibly could be. I figure we'll just start with something simple, and then we'll like make it bigger with code. But what you can notice, which I will demonstrate by duplicating this one, is what we saw earlier is these are 2 meters apart. So on the, what axis is this? Let's show me. On the x-axis, we are moving by 2 meters. Now, that's nice, but on this axis, we are moving by 1 meter to the right and 1.75 meters. In fact, these are such important numbers, I'm gonna write them down. Let's see if I can delete that. Okay, grabbing a note. So we have 2 meters to the right, and we have 1 meter to the right, 1.75 meters. We should label the axes. So this one was on the x-axis, which means that this must be x and z axes since we're not affecting the y-axis. Okay, so what I'd like to do is have some form of start, some sort of game start that we can call, which will make these tiles all move into position. And I do want them to all be centered on 0, 0, so I almost kind of wonder, could we possibly start, looks like this is the center, right? And then it draws around itself. Could we start in this center position and then create a circling equation? The answer is I have no idea how to do that, but we're sure going to figure it out. Because I think it would be really cool if when these appear, they appear in order. So like creating this sort of spiraling outward effect. I'm like looking to see if this actually does spiral. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like it hits this outer edge. Oh no, maybe I just drew badly. Up, over, down, over, over. It does look like we could create a spiral. And I feel like there's some way to do that. We're gonna figure it out. And to start us off, we're gonna go to our hex manager data file and recognize that we want to create a bunch of different designs. So I'm gonna create a designs JSON object in here. And the first one is going to be the spiral hex. And the spiral hex is an array of vectors, so as a vector3 array. And we now need to calculate where those are. And so I think I can just do this inside of this file. I don't see any reason that I would need to do this. And once we'll then console log it after we're done. And then we can copy paste it so that we don't have to run this every time the world starts. So we're gonna console log the hex manager data.designs.spiral hex. Okay, and then we need to create it. So we need to know the initial location, which is this one. So that's 0, 50, I think I want to move up to 60. So 0, 60. Oh, I guess we had it in front of ourselves. Let's move it back to 0. So we go to we'll just create a temporary array called constant temp array, which is a vec3 array, which equals, and we'll start with new vec3 parentheses 0, 60, 0. There we go. And we know that we need to run until we reach some limit. And so to define this, we're going to think about each of these as being a ring. So we're not making a spiral, we're really just making a ring, right? So let's imagine that. You have this one, then this one, and so you just start somewhere. So maybe we start here, top left. We always start in the top left. That would make the most sense to me. So first one's already there, so then we start in the top left, and we draw a ring. But then this would start over here again, which doesn't exactly look like. So is there a way to start top leftmost? Top leftmost with a preference for up. I feel like it's just this direction, so northwest word. So if you go to northwest, then you're choosing between these two, but we start with the top. Then we go northwest, we get this one, and then go around clockwise. Then we go northwest, we still need to pick this one if there's two. But alas, the real thing here that we're looking to do is we're drawing rings, right? So there is 1, 2, so we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 rings. So the question becomes for each ring. So we say for let I, or for parentheses, let I equal 0, and then I is less than 4, I plus plus. Okay, and then I represents the current ring. Now we'll just remove I and change it to current ring so it's easier to read. So let current ring equal 0, while current ring is less than 4, current ring plus plus. Okay, and then we're going to actually start with ring 1 because this is 0 ring. And we now need to figure out how to do this. I literally have no idea. I'm going to try and just like solve the problem in my head, and then if I get stuck, I'll go to the internet. So our first ring is this one, which we know is 1.75 meters to the up, so on the z, and 1 meter on the x. So if we take the, so we'll call this the initial position, constant initial position equals, and then go the tempore item at index 0 dot add parentheses new vec3 parentheses, we want to add, because we're moving 1 4, no, that's the wrong way. This is minus 1.75 comma 0 comma 1, and then 1 forward. Yeah. Okay. So that's going to determine the initial position of that ring. Then we need to know how many pieces we have to do, which is going to be some sort of math. We can, of course, go and say tempore dot push parentheses initial position. And there's some like question of whether or not we can optimize this so that the initial position is calculatable every single time based off the previous position. Like if we draw this ring here, it is always that. Look at that. It's always that one to the top, and then we continue from there around the ring. Okay, so that works. Okay. But we need to know where we are in the ring, because this one moves right immediately where this one moves up. Like first ring always moves right, but how do we know that? Because there's 6 in this ring, then there's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it goes 6, 12, 4, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 8, 18. So it goes 6, 12, 18. Is it always adding 6? That would make sense because there's 6 sides. Is it always adding 6? So if you go out another one, you just push this out push it out in a diagonal. So you copy this 4, copy this 4. Yeah, there's always adding 6. So it's always plus 6, which means we can say 4 parentheses let tile index equal 0 while tile index is less than, we know there's 6 in the first one, and then it adds 6 for each after that, 6, 12, 18. So you just take the current ring multiplied by 6 is how many it will have. Let's wrap that in parentheses. So tile index equals 0. While tile index is less than current ring times 6, then tile index plus plus. Okay? And then if parentheses tile index equals 0, then we know we're working with the initial position, and we know that the initial position is always 1, the previous one, so not 0. We were looking at the length minus 1. So tempore dot length minus 1. So we go to the previous position, subtract 1, and add this. That always gives us our initial position. And then we need some sort of else and some way to figure this out. Let me do some thinking. I'll be right back. Okay, so it seems relatively simple. I'm not exactly sure how to make it look simple in code. It's definitely going to be rough. But basically what we can see is we start here, we walk to this initial position, move 1, move 1, move 1, move 1, move 1. And so there's these 6 different directions. We then walk 1, we go 1 in this direction, then 2 in this direction, 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 walk 1, walk 2. I wasn't expecting that. I did something wrong. Oh no, I think I forgot to walk 1 here to finish this circle off, right? So you start here, yeah. Then walk 1. So it's always this walk 1 initial, and then it's the number that you have. So we're on ring 3, or yeah, ring index 3. So this is 0, 1, 2, this is 3. So then you walk 3, 3, 3, 3. And then it's this last one that throws you off, because the last direction you only walk the number -1, right? Because we need to end here. But interestingly, we don't want to place that position in the array. When we get to this, I wonder if we could just add an if and say if this position's in the array. But the numbers could be just slightly off, but like 0.00. That seems unlikely though, but in code that can happen just because of inconsistencies with binary. So we can't just check if it's in the array, because also it's a JSON object, and a new JSON object would not be the same. So, but when we get to this position, which we can do with math, we can count 1, 2, right? Okay, so this is always 1, but it's not always 1, right? So this one was not. This one was, you spawned 1, this one you spawned none. So there's like a subtraction amount here. And when you get to this position, you need to spawn the initial one. Okay, so there's something here. There is something here. So close. Okay, let's see if we can keep this rolling. So we need to know the different directions, and I think what we'll do is create a direction array. Constant directions is a vec3 array, which equals square brackets, add a semicolon if you like those, enter. We've got our first direction. Control C, Control V, and we'll call this northwest. You're walking northwest. Now after walking northwest, you need to walk west, which is 2, positive 2. Oh wait, did I do my math wrong here? So this is the x, and it's 2 over. We moved over 1 on the x. Yeah, I flipped these. These were flipped. So this should have been -1. This one should have been 1.75. Okay. -1, 1.75. Okay, so then this, we walk 2 to the right, which is west, or which is actually east, excuse me. I meant east. So we walk 2 to the right, which is east, no need for anything there. Then we need to walk southeast, Control C. So I'm gonna go southeast, which is the reverse of this, right? So it's +1 minus 1.75. And then we need to go west, which is Control C, Control V, west, which is just positive or -2. And there's supposed to be 6 directions. So we walk northwest, and we walk, oh wait, we gotta walk northeast first. Control C, Control V. Just in certain cases we don't. For the first circle we don't. 1. So this will be northeast, which flips us to go +1? No. North is negative. This one's negative. This one, okay, so we go rightward, -1.75. Then we go straight east. Then we go southeast. So do we need to go southwest, southeast, then southwest? Okay, yeah, missed that. Control C, Control V. Then we go southwest, which should just be positive. So this is going southward, this is going west now. Then we can go straight west, and then, well, after we're going west, we need to, so, go back to the northeast, right? No, northwest, excuse me. Control C, Control V, so then we go northwest, and then we gotta go straight north. Wait, we don't have a straight south. What am I missing here? Okay, so we're here. Start at the beginning. Okay, so we do this loop, but this is the one where things get consistent. So from here, it's consistent, which goes northwest, northwest, then northeast, then east, northwest, northeast, then east, and then we go southeast, and then southeast goes straight southwest, and then southwest goes west, which then goes northwest. So west then goes northwest, and then we finish by going northeast again. Okay, so that's the path we have to walk. That's a lot of different directions to make it look like a good spiral. It's a bit confusing. And like I said, I don't really know how to translate this to code very easily. I also know that the initial position is the last position, but because the last position in most cases will be added, right? So you'll go through here and add this one, and then you go here, and then you go through the whole thing, and then we add this position again. So we're going to add it a second time. So going forward, we add this a second time, which means we want to erase it and overwrite, so it's not in the array twice, so that goes straight to this. Oh, I see. This is confusing. Let me think about this some more. So you go this one, 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 this one. Oh, no, we're going in a different direction. So we go this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Then we jump up to here. Oh, I did my routing wrong. Then this way. Okay, and then this one's already in here, so you just continue. And since we're on the uppermost edge, I see. Right, done this way, and then we go and do the final lap. So we're always adding one prior. Okay, wait a second, never mind. This works. It's better. It works better than I thought because I just did the math wrong. Okay. So there's always this last one, which means we don't actually need to go northeast. That doesn't happen. So do we need to go northwest though? So you go, you're going westward, then you go northwest, and then we start with northwest as well, right? So we end with northwest and we start with northwest because we're continuing in that direction. Okay, feeling it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's a 7th. Okay. So how do we do this? We start with the current ring. We're doing 3 rings to start just to get this to look exact. Then tile index equals 0, tile index less than current ring times 6, tile index plus plus. So tile index triple equals 0 means we're at the initial position. The initial position is always the last position to the northwest, which is, we don't need to create this vector. We can just call directions index 0. Okay. So this is our first northwest. Okay, we do that. Then we push the initial position of our next ring. Now we're done with the initial position, which means we now need to go northeast. And we can say if parentheses tile index, if the tile index is less than, I see, okay. Let's try to imagine tile indexes by looking at this. So 0 goes up to here. We're going to ignore this first ring for just a second and go with the one that's pretty consistent. We'll figure out ring 1 in a moment. So you finish this one, we drive up to here, then we need to go just 1, and we are on the second ring, where we normally walk 2, but in this case we walk 1. So we say if the index, this is index 0, this is index 1. So take that divided by 2. If tile index is less than tile index, or excuse me, okay, so we're on current ring 1. No, we're on current ring 2. And so we take current ring. Okay, so if the tile index is less than the current ring, then we know we're at index 1 and not at index 2 yet. We can then assume the tile index is less than the current ring, then we need to walk. Let's go and just copy this, paste, backspace, Shift Alt F, calculate using the previous position. And I think we can make a utility for this. So let's go and create a utility called function add to temp array, parentheses, which will take a direction, which will be a vector 3, curly braces, and then all it's going to do is what we're writing up here, Control C, Control V, backspace, Control Z, so Shift Alt F. So we take the temp array, we're going to push into it with the previous value plus the direction. So Control C, Control V. So we take the previous item in the array and add to it with the direction that was passed through. So then we can remove this and call add to temp array with directions index 1. And up here we can do the same thing, which is add to temp array with directions index 0. Okay, so now we're starting to see this kind of like if else chain should come together. So we say if the tile index is equal to 0, add the initial position, else if the tile index is less than the current ring, and I think we can actually remove this curly braces, backspace, Shift Alt F. So we can just keep chaining else ifs together to handle every scenario. So if we're in tile index 0, we do this. The tile index is less than the current ring. We know that we are in the first section of the array, meaning we need to go in that direction. So let's check that that works for all. So we start here, we go initial position. This is ring 1. Our index is 1. 1 is not less than 1, so it's going to skip to the next one, which will mean it'll go east. Anyway, we'll get around this. We're here back. We go to the initial position, 0. Then we're less than 2, because we're on ring 2. So it goes 1 this way. Then it'll go east, 2, and so on. So far, this seems like we're on track. Let's go ahead and add another else if, Control-C, and it works for both rings, which is remarkable, because I thought the first ring was going to be a lot harder. Okay, so now we're going to check if the tile index is current ring times 2, and then add direction 2, which you're starting to see repeatable code, so maybe there's a way to loop this. So we then go 2 in that direction. Because 2 times 2 is 4. I think this works. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I'm probably off somewhere. But in case it really is this simple, we'll just keep this going and then we'll test it. It's crazy. I think we might be there. 4, 5, 5. So we're at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we need to go northwest, which we go for the same number, right? So 6, 6. And then after that, that's the initial position for the next one. Oh my goodness, I think it might be done. And then console log that. And that's our spiral. That is hard to believe. So that this can be tested, let's save this, and in case there's an issue, we'll go to the hex manager entity, and then we'll have a draw spiral, which is going to use a while loop. It needs to be called on start, so we'll say set timeout, excuse me, async set timeout, parentheses, parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, call draw spiral, and do that after a 1 second delay. And then draw spiral, we'll say, let's be async. And then we can say while, parentheses, let's create an index. So we'll say index, let index equal 0. And then while the index is less than the hex manager data dot, oh, do I not? Oh, it's in the hex tiles, isn't it? Hex tile data. Like, this isn't set up for this, but we're just gonna abuse it for a second. So we've got the hex tiles dot length. And then what we want to do is move them into these positions one at a time, slowly but surely. So then we're going to say hex tile data dot hex tiles item at index, and then dot position dot set to the hex manager data dot hex positions map at index. It shouldn't be a map, it's a it's an array, and I haven't saved the array yet. It's the designs.spiral hex. So right here, after logging it to the console, we're going to say hex manager data dot designs dot spiral hex equals the temp array. Okay. And let's go back to designs.spiral hex index. Okay, that's going to give us the position. And then we want to await async utilities dot wait for, I don't know, 300 milliseconds. It'll go pretty fast, but also slow enough that we can see it. We'll slow it down later if it's actually working correct, which should be crazy. Okay. I'd be so shocked if this works first go. So what should happen is we should see this jump upwards and then draw a circle, and it'll be slightly offset from its current position. Oh, I do not want to do this. I got like a rock in my stomach. I'm so scared it's not going to work. We'll fix it. If it doesn't work, we'll fix it. Oh, there it is. It only did one. And notably, we didn't get a console. Oh, I guess we probably did. Oh, that array looks very empty. What did I do wrong? Go back to the hex manager data. It looks like it only has the first item in the array. Add to temp array is called direction 2. Temporary.push, temporary.length -1, add the direction. That all looks good. Add should create a brand new vector. Yeah. Direction 0. Console log, spiral hex. Is there a way to... That should have logged it correctly. I'm not sure why it didn't. Spiral hex equals 10. Oh, because I see what I did wrong there. Okay, I had those out of order. Control save. Okay, give that a second to compile. And that should post here to the console because it doesn't run on start, it runs when it's compiled. Okay, here we go. We can see the code. 060. The numbers are so big, it's hard to see. Is it just giant? It's just a giant fat of numbers. Was kind of hoping to be able to read that. Kind of sad that it doesn't wrap. Okay, so there are numbers there. Then it should be moving. Let's just hit start again. It seems to only move the first one. Let's check and see what's happening in our while loop. Async draw spiral is called after 1 second. Let index equal 0. Oh, I forgot to do index plus plus. Oh, okay. That would do it. Index plus plus. Control save. Alrighty. Easy mistake. Clear. Ready. Set. Play. Ooh. What? I mean, that's a design. It's not the one I thought I was drawing. Is that all the tiles? 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 times 7 is 28. And there are 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It seems to have missed, like one direction got overlapped. I think they're doubled up. Let's see if I can figure out which direction went the wrong way. Yeah, these ones are going upwards. Plus it's drawing not in a counterclockwise way, which I really wanted it to. So let's try that one more time. It does go counterclockwise, but then when it's supposed to go south, it doesn't go south. Let's see. So we say index 0, we go northwest. That seems to work. Then we go northeast for the first one. That seems to work. Then we go east, which also seems to work. It's southeast that seems to be the problem. Oh yeah, that could do it. We have a... So let's try to remember that the x values are left and right. So we're going left, but this should be going... Yeah, I guess 1 is right. And then south would be minus 1.75 because north is positive. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is just completely off. Okay, let's start over from scratch. So to go northwest, we go minus 1 to the left, and we go forward 1.75. Then to go east, we go positive 1 to the right, and we continue going positive 1.75 forward. So we go doot, doot. Except that doesn't make sense. Let me check this out. So we're trying to draw it like this. So if we look at this, it starts by going, is that 1.75? I've kind of forgot the numbers. Duplicate, drag, 1 to the left. Oh, it needs to go 2. No, it does just go 1 back because it's going super far. Oh, wait. No, that's fine because we're just going straight east on this one. Yeah, no, that tracks. Okay. No, that's right. Okay, delete. Okay, it seems so weird in my head. So we go minus 1 to the left, 1.75 forward. Then we go north again, 1 to the right, 1.75 forward. Then we go east, which is 2 to the right, no forward. Then we go southeast, which is still east, but only by 1, and then minus 1.75. Then we go south, which is minus 1.75, and still 1? Southwest, no, this will be negative 1 because we're switching to go the opposite direction. And then we go west, which is 2, minus 2, okay, that's right. And then we go northwest, which is minus 1, positive 1.75. Okay, this is all correct now. Control save. And I think that just makes everything else work, hopefully. Probably need to remove the fog here at some point. Clear, world simulation on. Oh my gosh, it's working. Math, you guys. Math. What the heck? That's amazing. That's amazing. What the heck? Okay, love math. Okay. Oh, man. So, we should save this. Here's the values. Don't know. This isn't really something I can copy paste easily. But I definitely don't want to have to calculate this every single time. So what we need to do is somehow make this into a string of these values that we can copy paste. And to do that, I am going to write something else that's kind of complicated. So we're going to say let string to print equal empty, and then we need to do temporary dot for each parentheses vec3, call it a vec, which we'll just call it a position, and then arrow function curly braces. Okay, so for each position in the temporary array, we need to create an array that looks like this. And to do that, we need to go to the string to print and plus equals each item on. So we are adding first new space vec3 and then parentheses, and then we need the x value, so plus position dot x plus, and then it's a comma space plus position dot y plus comma space, and then plus position dot z xyz, and then closing bracket. Here's our parentheses, comma. It makes it comma separated. Add a space, and that should just create a nice array for us to print. And then instead of console logging this, we're going to console log the string to print, control save, clear, wait for that to compile. All right, there it is. And now this is actually something we can use. I do need to copy it to somewhere. We'll just paste it at the bottom of this, I guess. Paste. All right. We didn't need any of this, so delete that. We don't need the extra. We can control X that. Come back up here to our spiral hex, and I think I'm going to break it and paste the values here. I'll add that comma back to the end. There we go. Okay, so now the spiral hex has been designed. We can recognize that these directions and all of this math is super useful for creating a new one. So I'm going to go ahead and comment it out. We just want to check and see if this still works using the same spiral, like our new spiral hex data. And just go ahead and clear. Wait for that to compile. You ready to go, buddy? You already done? That's faster than usual. Okay, there it goes. Brilliant. Okay, so that's our first spiral hex. Now, as much as I like that, I think there is some benefit to calling this a spiral hex 4, because it has 4 levels. And I think there's an opportunity to make one that is even more. So let's copy this, Control C, and paste. Call this a spiral hex 6. We'll go up to 2 wider. And then we can comment this out, Control slash, and go ahead and adjust the spiral hex 6. We're going to go to our current ring and adjust it up to be 6. And everything else should stay the same. The question in my mind is, how do we get enough tiles for that? Now we can calculate the number of required tiles for a 6 because we know that each additional ring adds 6 more to the original count. So this last one was 18, so the next will be 24. So to add 2 more rings means that we need to add 24 plus 30, which is 54 more tiles. So that's a lot. Let's go with 31 through 40. Control D, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and we needed 54, so we'll go ahead and grab 4 more. Control D. And we should recognize that when these are not in use at the very beginning, we should hide them. It'll make it easier to watch this happen. So let's go to our hex tile entity, and hide it. So mesh entity, this time entity as mesh entity. I mean, I'd like to put it below the world. So it gets the current position of self, adds it to the array. I suppose that doesn't work anymore. Let's go ahead and Control X this, go to our hex manager, and add this line here, and then change this to be constant position equals, and we'll use some of this code later. Control X, position, paste. Okay, and that means we can now paste the position in here. Position gets set in the map for the hex tiles at a specific index. Control C, comma V, Control save. Okay, so that updates the position in the map so that the game is actually playable now. I was thinking it might be easiest when we push it into the thing to just say mesh entity.visible.set to false, Control C, Control V, collidable as well, and then Control C, Control save, head back to the hex manager and go and type constant mesh entity equals, and then we'll paste these right here and set these to true. Now the problem was, you might remember that we were getting flickering when we moved them too quickly. So we're going to want to use that await async utilities dot wait parentheses 25 milliseconds, so waiting 1 frame. Shift Alt F. We also need to define the hex tile, which is this one right here. So Control X, use mesh entity instead, paste, and then we can remove this and just type mesh entity, Shift Alt F, oops, Shift Alt F, Control save. So we get the position, the mesh entity, we set the position of the mesh entity, we update the map, we wait 25 milliseconds, update the visibility and collidability, increase the index, wait another 300 milliseconds and move. Let's go faster. Let's go at 200 milliseconds. Control save. Okay, so now the hex tiles hide themselves when they get registered on start. And apparently we no longer need this line of code. Control X, Control save. Let's wait for that to compile, just 1 moment. And we should be able to start the world up. Everything will disappear, and then they'll all start reappearing in a much bigger hex, which I'm very excited about. Very nervous, but very excited. World simulation on. There it goes. How very awesome. Math is so cool, guys. Whoa, excuse me. Why did those 4 go down there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it because, oh, I had them selected. Got it, okay. Stop the world, clear. Update the, there's 2 things I want to update. Number 1 was the speed. It was a little too slow for testing. So let's change this to, I don't know, 80 milliseconds, Control save. Now hitting Control save will give me a copy of, I guess it doesn't. I need to make a modification in the hex manager data. Let's just add an enter here and press save, because we want to copy this. String, there's our string. Go ahead and copy, and go ahead and paste, deleting all of that, and Control X, come back up here, paste. All right, Shift-Alt-F. Now the hex 6 and the hex 4 have been created. And we can now comment out this code if we want to make a bigger one later. We have this, Control/, Control save. We do need to verify that the hex 6 does work. But theoretically, we could cycle between hex 6s and hex 4s back and forth on the way down. There's lots of opportunities here. It's very exciting. But let's go ahead and make sure this is working properly. And world simulation on. Should be extra fast. Look at that go. Nice. In the old days, we were using asset spawning a lot more. And that delay you see there was kind of a side effect of using asset spawning. So much fun. Oh no! I missed one. So close. I was trying to see what happens when it starts clicking at the end. Okay, here we go. It's like it ticks over for a couple seconds and then I think it's in part because the delay is so particular, like just a slight hair. You really have to be running to get that thing to So the present one is just moving them down, which is kind of cool, but I think it would be better if it designs with a pattern. So that's kind of like my next thought, is to work on that. But look at that. Let's see that from the sky. That's so cool. So cool. Okay. Let's take a quick shake and breathe. Shake and breathe. So we've done that. That was the directions on how to move it and how much to move it by. We verified that the current thing is working. We need placement sound effects. It's so good when you like hear it and see it coming together. So I'm gonna write that down. Place sound effects. I had this thought that I think would be very cool. So right now, the way that we draw it is a spiral, but you don't have to draw it as a spiral. All the data is there to do anything you want. Like, you could draw them as outward concentric rings. Let's try that. I mean, I almost want to create a function utility. Give me a few seconds. But basically the idea is that we'd create a function file with different ways to draw each of these tiles. And so you would pass in the thing, then it would draw it that way. We'll try that in just a moment. Okay, so I'm back. I just realized we're at 3 hours. Where does the time go? I guess that last quest was pretty difficult. Speaking of quests, I really wanted to add a quest. I'm gonna write this down too, so I don't forget it. I wanted a quest for scary footsteps. It just makes me think of Monsters, Inc. We recently watched that with our daughter, and she really loved it. But it was like, scary footsteps, scary footsteps. But when you're going super fast, right? Like that seems like it'd be a really fun quest. Let's do that very quickly. We're gonna just try a few just last little things. So systems, quests, new quest, call it script ID, scary feet. footsteps. Hit the highest pitch. Hit the highest pitch while clearing hexagons. Hit the highest pitch. Get to the highest pitch while clearing hexagons. Display rank. We'll leave it at 0 for now. Quest type will be simple. Although I think it would be fun to do a tracked. Let's do tracked. We'll keep it simple for just the creation process. Then we're going to go to variable groups. Let's see. Leaderboards. I don't know. We need to go to variable groups. Create a new variable group, which we called hexagon down. Okay, that's what we're going with, and create. And then hexagon down, we'll have a variable called number ppv, scary feet pitch, create. And then player variables. Why don't I see this? Hexagon down. There it is. Scary feet pitch. Okay. So now we can go back to quests, edit it, use a tracked quest, and the activation criteria. Let's see. Here we are. Select variable, hexagon down, scary feet pitch. And once it reaches level 24, right? That's the highest level. Because I think, yeah, that's where we lock it in. Save. So you get to 24. Oh, that's the activation criteria. Oh, okay. So to make it activate, let's make sure you get to at least an 8. That would be kind of fun. If scary feet, okay, so it activates when you get to 8, and the success is defined when scary feet gets to 24. And save. I'm kind of wanting to change this to be activated at 4, so just a little bit easier to activate. So you just kind of have to play like one time. Sweet, that's awesome. Save. Okay, so then down here on the ground where things exist, I really need to ask somebody for help to make this look pretty. Let's go to, come on brain, you can do this. Build. They just changed everything, so I'm like, my brain is, I'm also tired. I wanted to go get some food and watch a movie and relax, to be honest. Let's be real. But also the change. Quests. Where did they move the quest board? Other? There it is. Okay. I mean, in a list, it was hard to use, but now it's just like, where are they? Like, this should probably be in, I don't know, UI, interactive. I don't know, it feels like display. Probably in display is where this belongs. Okay, so there's quests. I've been going with light mode, but this world feels like it could be a dark mode sort of world. Let's go with dark mode. Kind of looking for that. Oh, but the backs are always terrible. Could make it invisible to the back by making it, nah, I'm gonna leave it like this. Okay, number of entries, we'll go to 10. Oh, 6 is the max. And there we can see scary footsteps. I shouldn't be able to see it though, since I haven't unlocked it. At least that's my understanding. And we're gonna call this quests. We'll call this quest as well. And might drag that over a little bit. Go into preview mode, take a look. Scary footsteps. Get to the highest pitch while clearing hexagons. Nice. I like it. So now we need to code it in so that it works. And part of the problem is that it's going to want to do it every single time the player steps on the thing, which is really not ideal. So we have this hex tile function, tile activated, and I'm thinking we have this wait where we wait 400 milliseconds. Oh no, I'm looking for the sound effects. Tile sound effect. Is it under play effects? Play effects, here we are. Okay, so we're here in play effects, and we're setting the pitch to a maximum of 8, which starts at 16, minus 16. So 16 plus 8 should be 24. And then I'm just wondering if it counts 0, maybe it's 25. We reset the pitch right here. So if the pitch map does triple equals the pitch, meaning half a second later nothing has changed, we could then say if parentheses pitch is greater than minus 16. So that would mean they've gone at least 1 higher. We go with minus 15 or 14, then we're going to run this a lot less frequently for like people just walking casually. If pitchmap.getPlayer triple equals pitch, delete the player because, oh, is this what's happening when it gets to the highest pitch? Is it's resetting back to default because the pitch triple equals the same, so it has to reset? Ah, that could be it. If parentheses pitch less than 8, then delete the player. How do we know that the player hasn't stepped on a tile then? This is where that whole indexing thing. Oh, there's a lot I need to do right here. Let me drink another sip of water. I haven't had a lot of food today, so it's kind of like eat food. So the right approach is to just create an async ID map. So we call this the async ID map, which equals a map to player to number. And then we run through player effects, and then instead of waiting 450 milliseconds, we do constant async ID equals component utility data dot component dot async dot set timeout parentheses arrow function curly braces comma delay at 450 milliseconds. So it's very similar, but the difference is that we can clear out the previous async ID. So we can go component utility data dot component dot async dot clear timeout parentheses for async ID map dot get parentheses player, and then question mark 0, and then async ID is gotten, and then the async ID map dot set for the player player to the async ID. And then this needs a question mark at the end to just default to 0. This is just getting rid of the fact that this is potentially undefined if something goes catastrophically wrong. So this clears the timeout. This sets the ID, which sets the ID in the map. This sets a timeout for 450 milliseconds. And after 450 milliseconds, if this is received, we know that the player has not, they have not done anything in 450 milliseconds because that's how the delay works. I am shocked that the delay is so long. It kind of suggests to me that there might be something else going on in the code that I'm not aware of. And then what we want to do is say, okay, if the pitch, we need to say constant current pitch, which I suppose is the pitch, right? Like if this is received, then the code is still running. So yeah, if pitch is greater than -14, then I need to figure out why there's this error here. Guess I'll come back to that in a minute. Oh, it was just that. So if the pitch is greater than -14, then we know that we have something worth updating the PPV for. And I think what we'll do is just create a secondary called highest pitch map so that we only do this when they get a new higher score. And so then we'll say constant highest pitch, highest pitch equals highest pitch map dot get player, and then question mark 0, or actually question mark, yeah, 0. So then if parentheses the pitch is greater than the highest pitch, we know that we have a new highest score for the player, and therefore we want to update their player persistent variable. So we say component utility data dot component dot world dot persistent storage dot set player variable parentheses for the player. We'll come up with that string in a minute, and the persistent serialized state is just a number. And so this will be the current pitch plus 16, which should move us from negative values to positive values. And I think it accounts for the 0 too. We'll test it in a second. Okay, so pitch is greater than -14, then the highest pitch equals highest pitch map dot get player question mark 0, pitch greater than highest pitch. So we're only even doing anything if the highest pitch is greater than -14, so not if they're going slow. And then if pitch is greater than highest pitch, we then do this persistent storage, but we also need to update the highest pitch map dot set for player to the current pitch. And so only when we're setting the persistent variable do we do this whole alteration for the store, like for the values seen on the leaderboard. I'm not sure if leaderboards can do negative values, but we're just not going to. Okay. I think that is done. Shift Alt F. No, it's all good. Okay. Nervous? A little bit. Quite a few changes without any tests. Clear. Running up. World simulation on. There it goes. Right-click preview. Down. And I I'm wondering if it's not working because leaderboards and persistent variables don't tend to work until you leave and come back. I can at least I could add a console log. Stop the world. Return to creation home. We'll try a quick leave and come back since variables tend to require that. Oh, I forgot to include. Never mind. Oh man, I forgot to copy the variable ID and paste it. I was like, yeah, I'll come back to this. Did not come back to it. Go to systems, go to variable groups, hexagon down, and copy the ID. Back over here, and paste and save. Okay. Clear. 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 All right. Simulation on. Right click preview. Still not showing anything here. Might need to test this on web to see it working. Pretty sure the code is right. So stop, go to, where's the preview button? Where do they, 3 dots? Where is that hiding? 3 dots. Preview. Ah, they made a whole tab for it, that's why. We want a web link. Okay, go to web, paste, go. Oh, I just realized. Unable to take you to your destination. Is that because I'm on the desktop editor? That wouldn't surprise. Go to desktop editor. I just realized that the spawn position is below the world, so I won't be able to play it from this preview. Return to creation. But I should be able to at least look at my statistics and see statistics updated. Okay, and go. Really hoping that does the trick. Quests are really neat, and the track quests are really fun. Ay, come on, Horizon. Oops, wrong button. We can do a couple quick dummy checks to see if there's something we missed. I don't think there is, but we'll try console logging when I enter the world, what my persistent storage value is. And then we're just going to assume that it doesn't work in build mode, and for whatever reason, build mode is not letting us go to preview mode. I probably have to try previewing on my phone or in VR or something. Okay, let's go to preview worlds. Oh right, I forgot to write the code. Go to close out of everything because there's just too much open right now. So we know that when the player enters the world, we have that right here. And we're just going to add a quick console.log parentheses world.persistentStorage.get player variable for the player. And the key is, I guess I'm going to copy it again, just so I don't accidentally type the wrong thing. Systems, variable groups, hexagon down, copy ID, paste. I wonder if it's because I'm using a number variable. You know, I'm not actually, I've been using, well, I have used number variables recently, haven't I? Oh, I guess we'll see. Like, I usually use JSON objects, but these tracked quests require numbers. Okay, and preview, 0. Okay, that's a shocker. Okay, maybe there's something else going wrong. Okay, that's good to know. So then let's go into the player effects function, which says if the pitch is greater than the highest pitch. So the highest pitch, oh, because the highest pitch starts at 0, but it actually should start at negative 14, of course. Control save. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Glad we caught that rather than me going ham on getting a high value and missing that. Okay, hopefully that makes everything works. Okay. World simulation on. Preview. And down we fall. Hey, there it is. Now we're up to 8 out of 24. Theoretically, let's go for max. And we can see that it did save as we got a console log of 8. Falling down. And there it is. 24 out of 24. Completed. Perfect. Great quest. Really fun. Love that. Let's go ahead and delete this console log from here. Control X, Control save. Okay, so this next thought was, I really need to catch my breath. Honestly, we should just save this, but I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop with this really good idea on the table. So maybe let's quickly review, and then let's do this idea, demonstrate how cool it is, and then, yeah, I don't know if I have enough energy, to be honest. So the one thing that I really want to do is a function file with just various ways to place the blocks. So you might have one called a hex4, which is just a simple hex4. Then there's a hex6, but then there's like hex6 skip, where it skips every other tile. And then maybe a hex skip 2, where it skips every 2 tiles. We could also do one where it spawns a ring, then a ring, then a ring, and then a ring. So it does rings at a time for both 4 and 6. And then that's the animation that plays when these first spawn in. We'll not be able to do what I want to do, which is have different layers spawning so that it does one layer, and when that layer is completely spawned in, it starts spawning the next one as people are clearing tiles. So it just starts spawning them in, going through the array as it should. And I'd also like each of those layers to have a different design and also to be a different texture. Although I think the current texture is pretty nice. I'm thinking the current texture could be like the main texture. So every other one is this texture, but then the intermediate ones are kind of like these special levels. And those special levels could have special designs, but also special textures. So you can imagine a heart-shaped one that uses like a red sort of Valentine's theme. But then there might be like, I guess, a Christmas tree, maybe green. Maybe we can do a 4-leaf clover that's green. Just some ideas I'm spitting. How to design these? Don't know. Some of them I might even try designing by hand and then just console logging the positions of all of the placed things. So like I might create a secondary tile script, use that for creating a design, and then console log that design array. A lot of that's like that's all just gonna happen off camera. Sorry. If you want more content on this specific topic, leave a comment. Let me know. Really helps. Like, Otherwise, I don't know. If you don't comment and let me know that you want it. Various textures. I was also thinking of implementing some free outfits as quest rewards. And yeah, just lots of like different effects. I was also thinking about a ring. I'll write this down. So like a top ring. I still don't know what the game mechanic is, like what starts the game, what ends the game, what's the goal for the players. Like I'm just there to have fun and kill people, which is like where you run past them, cut them off, and then they have to like survive, but then it's like, oh no. And I love parkour, so the fact that you can like super hardcore jump to get out of a bad situation is so much fun. Can't wait to try this in VR, not gonna lie. I'm like literally probably gonna try it tonight. Let's see. So, come on, brain. What are you missing? What are you missing? Come on, brain, you can do this. Oh, we're gonna do that function file. Let's do the function file thing. I think this is totally doable. Okay. So, we have the hex position function. We're going to create a hex place function. I also wanted to rename the world to hexagon down. Sounds good for now. Hexagon down. Save. We also should pull in a new skybox real quick. Build environment gizmo. Wait, why are there two different environment gizmos? Wait. Oh, I didn't pull out of environment gizmo. I pulled out a static light. My bad. Delete. Environment and quests. I'm going to move these to the top of this whole section here in case I decide to do something. Let's pull these up as well. And out of the... Yeah, I was kind of thinking these hex tiles needed to get hidden below the world. I'm going to just do that real quick because it's kind of confusing where they're at. So position, actually, 0, 60, 0. There we go. Now they're all overlapping. Don't get too close. But if I'm not mistaken, that's where the first one spawns. So world simulation on? Yeah, nice. So that'll make it easier to figure out where things are going. Okay. Next up, going to the environment gizmo. Moving that to 0, -15, 0, focus. And this one is going to be set to night panorama is kind of a nice default one. It's not perfect, it's decent. Now we can see that the lighting in here is a little dark to see the colors. This is where I was thinking about making these tiles unlit, which I'm really, really thinking about right this second. Let me write this down. We need to make these things glow. Tile glow. We'll come back to that in a second. Let me see. It's like, I just need to run downstairs, eat a meal, like watch a couple things on YouTube, and then come back up refreshed. That's really what I need to do. I might actually do that, just... Let's keep going for just a few minutes longer. Okay, so we've got an environment in. I was thinking there's a bit of a problem with the current player count. So let's go to player settings. Let's change this up to 24 is kind of where I'm putting my head in right now. It's 24, I think is a crazy number, but yeah, I'll go for it. Emotes are allowed. Scripted dialogue only. We're not going to have NPCs doing that. Emote audio, yes. Can hands collide with objects, yes. Can hand collides with static, no. Auto jump, no. Custom player movement. We will at some point probably have custom player movement. Generate instant replays, no. Frame budget, no. Or whatever the default is. Spawn nearby. Cool idea, probably not for this world. Hide action buttons by default, yes. Disable dynamic LOD toggles on avatars, no. Enable max quality, no. Okay, save. So if we're gonna have 24 players, and we're gonna stick with these for now, we need 24 of these sound effects and visual effects. I'm not sure why they're not highlighting on the hierarchy. I think I need to leave and come back. Looks like a bug. Let's go to our night panorama. Can we adjust any of these settings? We cannot. Oh, literally nothing's responding. Close. I'll just reopen it. Okay. So yeah, I was thinking it'd be nice to have a top ring that you could spawn onto, or like teleport up to rather. Because observation should be happening from like a middle point. So we need like a observe, middle observe. And then we need some sort of TP, like death floor. Okay. So we're going down to our sound effects and visual effects. And we needed one for every player. Here we are. Let's go snapping at 1 meter, Control D. I like to be able to see them. So Control Z, switch this to 0.5. There we go. Okay. So now we have 2, 3, 4. All right. There is 4 sets of these. Let's go ahead and grab those. Control D. 4, 8, Control D, 12, Control D, 16, Control D, 20, Control D, 24, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. And we're going to have enough for there to be 4 accidental extra over players, which should never happen, but occasionally it does. And I do want these at the bottom, I guess. So I'm going to move these down to match. There we are. There we go. So we got our hex tiles here. We got our sound effects and visual effects there. And hex manager, example hex. Okay. Now, I think that covers a lot of the necessities. Got a meeting in 2.5 hours, so that's kind of my deadline to get a playable version done. But food is important, so we'll be doing food soon. Function file though. Need to create the script. Scripts, script in this world, create new script, hex, pattern, patterns underscore data? Hex patterns underscore data. So we've got our hex patterns already stored, so that's not the problem. The problem is these are the hex placement underscore function. What we need to do is place. Like, it's all about placement at this point. And there's just different ways to place. So let's go into our hex placement function. Control A, backspace, export, constant. And then this constant is hex placement underscore function equals curly braces. And we're going to create a function called place hex, parentheses, curly braces. And this is pretty straightforward. We're going to take in a tile, which will be a mesh entity, and we're going to place it. Now, this is the simple version. Making it do much more cool stuff will be difficult, but in theory, what we want to do is have an array of functions that we can call. So let's try this. Constant place tile functions is a parentheses arrow function void array, which equals array. Okay, I'm close. It's of type parentheses to curly braces returns void array. So close. Can I just remove the void? Is it happy like that? Never is not assignable. Let me try something real quick. This is one of those areas where I'm just less comfortable. Let's go to how can I make an array of functions in TypeScript? Paste. Okay, I thought I had that. Thought I had that. Maybe I was like very close, but just off. Void square brackets. Right? C's place tile functions colon. There's an extra set of parentheses. Is it because I forgot this extra set of parentheses right here? It was. Okay, got it. Thank you. For basic things, that's what I recommend ChatGPT. Okay, so we've got our place tile functions, which is a void function array. Like it returns nothing. And then we can now create a function. And this function would be called place. Our first is a hex for spiral. And this will take a tile, it's a mesh entity, curly brace, and it needs to run all the code that we were doing in that hex manager start. So here's our draw spiral. And we were doing this for each tile with a delay. Maybe we should start with the hex 6. Since that's the one we have enough tiles for. Okay, so we have a place hex 6 spiral. We might also want a function for draw initial spiral, parentheses, curly braces. And so we can take this here and move it down. So let's go ahead and Control X, Control V. We'll go ahead and export the draw initial spiral, and then make sure this is async. And then go back over to here, delete this, and instead call the hex placement function dot draw initial spiral. Okay. So now on world start, it's going to draw the initial spiral. We can now delete these things, save. So it checks for nearby players is started, draw initial spiral is started. Realistically, I'm thinking we move this set interval to be after we start drawing the spiral. So we do it in that order. That just makes a lot more sense to me. Our hex placement function needs access to the hex tile data, control period enter, hex manager data, control period enter, async utilities, control period enter. All right, now let's keep working through this. So we call the draw initial spiral, and this is going to be using the place hex 6 spiral. So what we want to do is set the current function. So we can then say place tile functions dot push parentheses place hex 6 spiral. Do I need to declare it as void? Oh, I need to declare that it always takes a tile mesh entity. There we go. So now place hex 6 spiral has been added to the array, which I'm going to just snap right below the function so it's clear that those go together. And what I also want to know is what is the current function. So down here we have our place hex, so we need to know the let current function equal place hex 6 spiral. So it defaults to this default one, basically, and then let index start at 0. Okay. And so the current function, place hex 6 spiral, and what we need to know about the place hex 6 spiral is how many tiles does it have in it? Because we don't know that at this point. And so I'm thinking we might want to change this to being a map. So place tile functions map. The problem is, how do we, you know what we're going to do? We're going to actually make this a paired array. So square brackets, I don't do this very often, comma number. And then we can come down here when we push it in, square brackets, comma, the number. And in this case, the place hex 6 spiral is paired to the hex manager data dot designs dot hex spiral hex 6 dot length. There we go. Okay, so now we have a pair, which we can then say let max tiles equal, in this case, I think what we can do, yeah, no, we're just gonna copy paste this. I hate to double up, but it should be fine. Control C, Control V, there we go. So now we've got the length as our max tiles, our index starts at 0, our current function is the place hex 6 spiral. So when you call place hex, we say current function, parentheses, tile, index plus plus, if parentheses index is greater than or equal to max tiles, then we need to reset it and we say index equals 0 and next function, we'll say constant next function pair, next function equals math.random times the place tile functions dot length, wrap this in parentheses, add a math dot floor. All right, so our next function is now an index inside the place tile functions. We can then say current function is equal to place tile functions square brackets 0, Control C, Control V. Actually, it's place tile functions next function square brackets after that 0, and then Control C, Control V, Control X. This will be 1, and this is the max tiles. Okay, so that tells us the max tiles for that function. And so this is then going to call that next function, placing the tiles one at a time, increasing the index so that the index is correct when used. And up here, we have this index, which is going to compete with this index. So we need to rename this and call this maybe like all tiles index, and then Control C, Control V. And so then this part here is probably can just be cut and paste down, but there's a lot here that's actually just like replicate for spawning, like placing. So we have place hex, then we have another function called placement helper, which takes the tile mesh entity and the position vec3. And so all of, and this is async as well, all of this from here to here, Control X, can get pasted into the placement helper, Shift Alt F. So the tile is a mesh entity, so we'll just paste that there. Okay, mesh entity position.set, hex position map.set, wait 25 milliseconds, and then set the visible and collidable, increase the index, which in this case goes somewhere else. Okay, so that's our placement helper. So constant position and mesh entity are now going to get moved into the place hex spiral. So now we say the position. So we call place hex spiral, we calculate the position to be based off of the current index, and then the mesh entity is actually this tile. So let's just Control C, Control V, don't need to do that. Control X. We can then say, oh, I might have actually needed that. Control Z, Control X, Control V, put that back up there. Okay. So then the place hex spiral has a position, so now it can call the placement helper, and the placement helper is going to, come on, brain. Parentheses, pass in the mesh entity and the position. Okay, and that will place it. So now place hex spiral is designed to do what it's supposed to do. The placement helper takes care of placing it. The place hex needs to be called up here. So right here, Shift Alt F, we call place hex, parentheses, passing in the mesh entity. And realistically, we can just cut this, Control X, Control C, Control V, Control X, and Control C, Control V. Okay, so now we go through each of the tiles one at a time. And this draws the initial spiral as a spiral. It doesn't have to be drawn as a spiral. This is just to like keep us in a way that makes sense. Like it's still functioning the exact same way as before. Now what's different though is when we want to place a hex, we can actually use this for when we're trying to move the next tile. And so visible and collidable are set to true. The map is set. So if we go to the hex tile function, here we can see tile is activated, the tile is animated, collidable is set to false, then it's reset back to true. Oh wait, no, this is the animation. So this sets the texture back to default. Yeah, that's interesting. But when we're setting visible to false, the texture is set back to default, we then create the new position. So here's where we can take over. And this is where we don't need to create a new position. We instead wait the 400 milliseconds and call hex placement function dot place hex parentheses, pass in the mesh entity, which we called tile here. And this will take care of setting the position in the map, so we don't need to do that. I think that takes care of it. So now it'll draw a spiral for the next, because we've only got spirals, but it'll draw a spiral for the next one. And so the spiral will get smaller and smaller depending on how many you clear, which is actually a really cool default mechanic. I kind of love that. Let's come up here and try it out. World simulation on. Whoa. Clearly I did something wrong. I think I forgot to increase the index. All tiles index. All tiles index plus plus. Control save. It's funny I've done that twice today. Clear. World simulation on. There we go. Great speed. Right click preview. Run, 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 run. Whoa, wait. Did I miss one? Did it not spawn below? It didn't spawn below, that's weird. Okay, so something went wrong because it's not spawning the next spiral. I think because I forgot to tell it that the spiral needs to go down. What did I do wrong? Okay, yeah, I can see there's definitely a simpler problem here. Draw initial spiral. We need to know which layer we are on. So let y down equals 0. And then whenever we get to the next function, we need to say y down plus equals, let's do 7.5 rather than 5. And when we go to place it, the positions need to be modded by this y down. So position comes from here, from the place hex 6 spiral. Really, the placement helper should handle this because it deals with everything. So let's say position dot add in place. Let's try subtract in place. Subtract in place, parentheses, new vec3 parentheses 0 comma y down comma 0. Shift Alt F, Control Save. Now it's weird because I didn't feel like I was seeing them appear anywhere. It's possible this was working, but I couldn't see it, but I think there might have been something else going wrong. Place hex, current function, with the tile, index plus plus, greater than or equal to max tiles, index is set back to 0, next function is calculated, next function is set, max tiles is set, y down is increased. It looks pretty good to me. World simulation back on. Right click preview. Oh, is that working? I'm seeing stuff down there. It's weird that it's almost seemed like it wasn't tracking there. It's like some of these seem to have bugged out, like their positions got input incorrectly. But coming down here, oh weird. Oh, because it's still building this layer. It's not finished building the layer. Right, so this is where using like a hex 4 would make a lot more sense. I think there's a lot of thoughts there. Really weird that some of these are turning solid. Need to figure out what's going wrong. Something with the way the positions are being set. There's a question, are they the exact same positions? No. Still very cool. Okay, let's try to figure it out, I guess. So the hex position map is set. Position is subtract in place. Is there some way that it's not updating it correctly? Or say constant used position equals sub constant used position, Control C, Control V, Control V, Control save. I don't think that's it though. So that updates the map. We delete them from the map in the hex tile function that we call place hex. It almost suggests that there's some place in here where the visible is set to false here. So it can't be related to this. Tile animation, wait. I guess I need to look at the color. I think the colors were white. There's got to be something wrong with the indexing here. At least that's my initial gut, but it does seem correct. Place hex, current function with the tile, index plus plus, index greater than or equal to max tiles, index equals 0. I want to create another function just to have another one. Because I feel like there's a couple easy functions to add here. So place hex 6 spiral skip 1. And then the skip 1 would be length divided by 2. And then the position is index times 2. And then we do this another one, Control C, Control V, skip 2, and go index times 3 divided by 3. Control C, Control V, Control save. Okay, so there's now 3 functions. Not sure adding complexity was the right approach. I would like to be able to see a little bit better. Let's go to environment and switch us to daytime for now. Oh, you know what? I noticed when it was spawning the initial one, my avatar, my build mode avatar triggered one of them. I wonder if that was what caused the problem. Preview. All right, we got a skip 2 down there, it looks like. So when I clear this whole layer, it should actually spawn another layer below it. Okay, it must have been related to one spawning at the same time as it was working out the details. But even that, I'm not entirely sure how that would cause a problem. Okay. This is such an interesting design. Oh no. Oh, some of the colors hadn't changed back to default, I noticed. That was weird. Oh, this is a great design too. This must be the skip 1. And we're back to a default. But we're definitely not getting that bug anymore. So I'm thinking, oh, I really do like this design. This is such a tough one. Oh no. So cool. That is so cool. Love having more designs. That was a great add-in. I forgot to adjust the fog settings on the environment. After all that talk about adding the environment gizmo to get rid of the fog, I still forgot. Let's go ahead and set audio to extended. And yeah, that should do the trick. Okay. So let's try intentionally messing it up. World simulation on. Because my theory is that that shouldn't be a problem. Like, it should just place them faster and get started on the next one. Yeah, see? Now, I am curious why we saw some getting stuck in the wrong color. Maybe there needs to be a delay in the animation or something. Okay. This is tough. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm not noticing any of the stuck red ones this time around. maybe if was I touching it twice somehow? Whoa, that was so scary. Okay. Yeah, this time around there's no bugs whatsoever. Like really having a great time here. This is why I built it, because I wanted to play it so bad. It's like, I need this game in my life. Oh, and I love this challenge. It's so good. Totally just skipped that whole section. That's awesome. We get to rebuild this whole next layer. Oh wait, no! No! I spoke way too soon. Oh, I've missed having a whole layer like this. And so yeah, we'll add one for hex 4, we'll add like all sorts of variants. We could even do one that skips rings, so it's just like every other ring. So many options. Like I said, the hard idea, which might be more manual work than I'd like to admit, or like to do, either or. Both are true. And then we are now at the bottom layer, so I do need to figure out how to identify that we're at the bottom layer and not spawn here, but yeah, that was awesome. Okay. Geez, I mean, I tried to break it and I couldn't break it again. So, world simulation off. It could have just been a weird bug. I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do to try and break it? Do I try to land on one while it's spawning in? Seems like I didn't break anything. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. They all look good. Okay. Camera mode. Oh, wow. That was pretty good. There's still a lot more to do. Obviously, tons more to do. Function file was a great step. Lots more functions needed. More. We did the every other tile. Got that done. Let's see. Various textures is a good idea too. It doesn't even have to be like you could have a set texture for each group. So there's some opportunities there for sure. Okay. With that though, I think I'm just gonna end the video here. Like, I'd love to take you along for more, but you kind of have to beg. If you want it. If you don't, no, that's all good too. It's fun. It's fun. Let's see. Oh, the tile, the glowing tile. I might be able to do that real quick. That's a good ask. Let's see. Glowing tile. To make a glowing tile, we have to define the areas that glow. And I think it's relatively easy to do. Let's go and revisit some documents I wrote. Going to learn importing images. Here we go. So if we remember, the one that we want to use is actually just an FBX with MEO. And MEO stands for metallic emission and occlusion. We can use the emission channel of an MEO PNG to define what areas of the tile will glow. And this will be the same for all the different textures. So assuming that swapping the texture doesn't mess that up, it should work. The MEO channels stand for RGB. So metallic doesn't need to be metallic, so we can leave that at 0%, no red. Emission is our green channel, so we need the glowing areas to be green. And occlusion, it should be fully unoccluded, so that will be 100% blue, which means the background should be blue and the lit up areas should be cyan. So if we go into Photoshop, let's get this. I mean, not Photoshop, we're gonna use Paint again. Is that a good idea? I don't know. Let's see, new folder, go to downloads, last hex, open up the hex file, and this looks like the raw, oh, it's got all the layers because I've just been turning layers off. So this layer goes off, this layer goes off. Okay, so here's what we're working with. First thing we need to do is recognize that this layer, this outline, should be glowing. So it should be cyan. So let's create a color that is that color. So we go to RGB. These are in 255. So 255 green and 255 blue. There's our cyan. So 100% green, not occluded. Press OK. Go to our dump bucket and dump that whole thing. Now, the rest of this is black or kind of colored, multicolored. And I'm not exactly sure how we're going to select that area and define these highlights. In Photoshop, it's relatively easy, but I'm not sure how to do it here. Let's see, is there any sort of... It's almost like if I could select this by color range. This is where Photop would come in really useful, but it just was not working today. If Photop works, I can use it like Photoshop. Oh, please work. Please, Photop. This page is allowed to edit files. Install app. Yes, I would like to install the app. I don't know what this is, though. It just looks like a... It looks like it's just a web page. Weird. It's so strange. I think it's literally just a web page pretending to be an app. That is so weird. Uninstall. I would really like this to work. Photop down. Right now. Is it down right now? Website checking. It says it's up. Goes blank for me as well today, says someone a couple months ago. But yeah, if I could get into that, we'd be all set. I figured out how to do it in Let's go ahead and say file, save as PNG, call this one the ice_MEO. Okay. Let's continue. We're not going to update the project file, so this is fine. We then are going to go into Blender. I did figure out how to do something like this in Blender the other day, and I made a tutorial about it, and then I've completely forgot how it's done, because it's been over a year. Maybe it's been a year, I don't know. Time's been weird. AX, delete, go to Texture Paint, open, last text down, MEO, open image. Okay. So we got this image, and what we need to do is select the black and turn it blue. So let's see, mix, lighten, overlay, erase alpha, add alpha. Jesus, I mean, if I could get this into Photoshop, I literally could do this in a few seconds. So it's really frustrating that it's not, Photopea is not working. Let's see, mix, paint, view, mask, fill, mask, annotate, clone, smear, blur. Yeah, I might have been even thinking of something completely different, to be honest. Okay, let me try and figure something else out. Be right back. Okay, so I checked my other computer and it was working, and so then I was like, why don't I try Edge? And it's not working in Chrome, but for some reason it is working here in Edge, so here we are. Don't know why. But it's working on Chrome on my other computer, so like, all good questions. All right, so we've got this opened in Photopea, and now I need to select the different layers. So let's start by selecting color range, and we're going to start by selecting the blue color range. Press OK, press Control J, so now that's its own layer. And then we do need there to be a full layer that is just the background, so we're going to go ahead and say paintbrush tool and change the size of this to huge, change the color from this to RGB of 255 on the blue, 255, press OK, give that a second to re-render. Not sure why it's, there we go, taking a minute, but there it is. There we go. Now it's all just blue. Now we can turn off the blue layer for a second, go to the background layer, turn off this blue layer, go to select, and I'm waiting for this to load. Your eyes do not, oh, whoa, I can actually read it in the video feed, but not on my, so weird. Okay, so your feed actually looks better than my feed, which is crazy. So we're gonna sample a color. Let's see if I can grab the color dropper tool. Where is my sampled color? Alt. Oh my gosh, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Go back to the paintbrush, grab the Alt key, and select this bright yellow. That's yellow enough, I guess. All right, now select color range and decrease fuzziness. It's like I got the wrong color, it almost feels like. Let's zoom in. Alt, zoom in. Back to, there it is. Now select color range. It's weird how it seems to be selecting the inverse of what I want it to select. Let's just go with highlights. Oh, there we go. Look at that, that's easy. Extra fuzzy? Yeah, extra fuzzy highlights. Press OK. All right, now that we have our extra fuzzy highlights selected, I don't know why this was so hard for me to figure out. We're then going to go to our paintbrush tool, change our color back to 0 red, 255 green, 255 blue. Press OK. Okay, so it's updated for you, but it hasn't updated for me. So I'm just going to paint looking at the preview that you guys can see and wait for it to update on my other screen. So anyway, I'm just painting into the, looks like I've done a pretty good job. Painting into the highlighted selection with the cyan, which we know makes it glow unlit. Okay, there we go. And unselecting, nice, that looks great. Then we just need to turn on the blue layer, and now we have our MEO designed. So theoretically, we just go and hit Control Save, save changes to the MEO file, then head back over to Horizon and go back to my assets. And we need to update this hex tile. So we're going to go ahead and type right-click, replace, since we're adding a new texture. Choose file, go back to last hex down. We need the IceMEO, the IceVR, and the hex tile. Press open and import. It's going to take a moment. Shouldn't take too long. The big problem is the default texture needs to be set. So let's start by changing it to nighttime so we can really clearly see the difference. So environment, I'm going to switch that back to night panorama. There we are. Now selecting the hex tile, I wonder if I can update all of them at the same time. View asset updates and update. Not a second, 95 instances. Okay. Oh, it's going through them, look at it go. Looks like this is gonna take a while. But at least I don't have to do it all by myself, by hand. Looks like it might almost be done. I paused the recording for a second just in case. It was going to take a while. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. Might pause it again. Oh, and it's done. Okay. There we are. That does look nice. That is interesting the way that looks. Now we do need to swap this out to the new texture, which I'm going to write into the code. Now these ones though don't have any code, so we'll do them by hand. And we're hoping that the MEO stays applied. So select texture default, still looks glowy to me. Select texture pink. And last one. Now the colors are more intense now. There's also this kind of like, almost like there's a line thing happening on the edges of these, which is curious. I don't hate it. I also don't love that it's not intentional. If it was intentional, it seems like some sort of weird artifact. They look okay on top. It's almost a subtle texture now. Let's go back to the script and make sure to set this on as the default. So we've got the hex tile entity. And when we're initializing it, we will say mesh entity dot texture to hex tile data textures square brackets 0 and save. Okay. With that, we should be good to run this and see what it looks like at night. World simulation on. Whoa. Oh. Wait, what? It was almost like the indexes were getting mixed up somehow. World simulation on. Yeah, look at that. but nothing seems stuck. And even the colors faded away. So far, nothing stuck, so maybe something to look into later, but nothing really to worry about. And we haven't seen the miscolored tiles anymore. I'm just like running into edges here. This is fantastic. So I wanted to try something here. If you run in a line like this, and then can you just run over that? Oh, you totally can. So mobile players, that's actually a good thing, since they're not going to be very good at jumping, or it's unlikely they will be. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, phenomenal. I don't know what brought back that new red weird thing. I'll look into it later. In fact, I'll write it down. Weird red bug, question mark. It's weird because we didn't have it. We just changed the texture. So that is strange. You know, I think it might be because we're setting the textures on world start. Setting texture takes a minute to apply. I might need to go through and delete and then duplicate it. The desire to make things perfect. It's frustrating. Okay, so we've got... Oh, it renamed all my hex tiles when it went through and redid them. That's interesting. We're going to delete these. Okay, so here's our center tile. It says there's an asset update available, but I just updated it, so that can't be right. We'll click update anyway. Now we'll select the texture, default. There we go, looks good. Then we're gonna think about the next ring around it, which is 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we should see those spawn at the bottom of this list. Drag this down. There we are. All right, so we got our 0 tile, then our first 6, and then we know that the second one is 12, so Control D, Control D. So that's our second ring. So we've got the 1, 2, 3 rings, and then we need our fourth ring, so that's 3 of these. Control D, Control D, Control D. So that makes our third ring, or fourth ring rather. And now our fifth ring is, we just need 54 more of these for the last 2 rings, we remember that. So if we grab 24 through 1, Control D, give that a second, and then we need 60 through 41 for another 20, Control D. Okay, now that should be the total number. We got 81, so if we do the math, we know that there is 1 set of 6 on the first ring, 2 more sets of 6 for the second ring, then 3. Oh, I can't do the math in my head. I can, I just don't want to. Let's just test it. So if we just hit world start, it's going to spawn all of those into place. And if it hits the max size for that top ring, it'll start spawning the second ring. Oh, that looks like we ran out of tiles. Or is it because I'm touching some of the tiles? Shows me as touching some of the tiles. Maybe one of the duplications didn't work. Okay, let's actually do the math. This is easy to do. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna visualize this in my head. So you go 6 plus 12 is 18. 18 plus 18 is 36. That's our first 3 rings, which is our 4 rings. 36, plus 24, 40, 50, 60, that's right. And 60 plus 30. Oh, it's 30. I was off by 10. I duplicated. Ah, that's it. Got it. Control D. I was thinking it was 24 and 20, but it was 24 and 30. That makes sense. Okay, world simulation on. There they go. Boom. Perfect. And nothing below it. Exactly. Okay. So now, theoretically, world simulation off, world simulation on, right-click preview. This shouldn't cause any issues because, oh, and of course it is. Why? Why are these turning red all of a sudden? Like, you can see they're even clearing out later. Like, I'm not even sure this is real. Oh. I don't feel like I'm seeing the dark red. I mean, maybe I am. It is supposed to be very split second. Let me look at the code and see. The hex tile function says tile animation. Wait the tile animation. Return after setting the texture to texture 3. Then set collidable to false and async wait 200 milliseconds. Set visible to false. Set texture first. Wait. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? Wait. Was this set texture 0 supposed to be? Yeah, it was supposed to be right here. But it was supposed to wait 200 milliseconds. Wait, what? Okay, so I did something slightly wrong, it appears. So let's think about it. You call tile activated, and we play the effects. Then we call the tile animation, which changes it immediately to pink. Half a second later, goes to red. Another half second later, goes to dark red. Ah, never mind. No, this does make sense. Never mind. It makes sense. Okay. So then it goes to dark red. Then we return, and we set collidable to false when it's dark red. Then we're dark red for 200 milliseconds, at which point we turn the visibility off and call the set texture to turn it back to default. We then wait another half second before calling the place hex. So why is it still red? Oh. Because it's not deleted from the thing in time. It's not deleted from the thing in time. Where is it deleted? But it's supposed to be deleted up there. It's supposed to be deleted before it calls this, so that shouldn't be a problem. That can't be it. Does the hex placement place hex current function with the tile? This draw initial spiral just places all original tiles down. And it goes through them one at a time, all index tiles. And there's no, okay. I think I figured out what's happening here. You'll remember that I I made all of these at the 0, 0 location because that made sense. So I could see where everything started. But because they're exactly in the right location, let's just move it down by 1 meter. It's gonna take a second, but it looks like it did it pretty quick. I was triggering tiles before they'd been called. Okay, it all makes sense now. World simulation on. Okay, so now right click preview. Come on, right click. So it was like if I didn't run across the 0, 0 tile, it wasn't a problem. Try again. Preview. There we go. Oh wait, there it is again. Okay. Is it the 0, 0 tile though? Like if I just strictly avoid the 0, 0 tile, does it not happen? Preview from here. No, it seems to happen no matter what. What the heck? I mean, that is a problem though. So moving all the tiles down by 1, probably a good idea. Could be a good idea. Yeah, 1 meter is more than enough. Go to, keep it at 60, keep them in the right position, and then modify the code to adjust for this. Because the hex tile itself does not add itself to the, no, because it's not adding itself to the map, so it can't be. Hex tiles.push mesh entity on start. Set texture, visible, collidable. Yeah, because the hex placement function is what's going to set it in the map. Place hex, current function. Place hex calls the current function, which is the place hex spiral. Index is increased after the function's done. Wait. The placement helper is async. Is that a problem? It might be. Just in case, let's try this. Async await and make this async await, but that doesn't work because the index needs to get used inside the current function. Ugh. Control Z. Let's just try to remove all the async. It's instead a better idea. Okay. So we've got placement helper is async for 25 milliseconds just so it can set visible and collidable to true. If we remove the async, that's the only thing in here that's async, so we should be able to replace it with component utility data.component.set.async.set timeout, parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, comma, 25 milliseconds, semicolon, enter. There we go. Remove the await. Okay, so hatch this again. We grab our used position, we set the position of the mesh entity, we set the position map, and then we set the timeout to set to visible and collidable. That gives it time to move into position. And the position is already stored. That all seems good. Hex position map is not used anywhere else. I don't see how this could have caused an issue. But because this was async, it wasn't running on the main thread, and therefore could have been happening out of sync. Mesh entity, but it's not using the index. This uses the index, doesn't it? Yeah, there's where it's using index. But it's also not, it wasn't async, so it shouldn't have had any issue, because it would have used it, and then the index is increased. But now all of this happens before the index is increased. Still don't see that being a problem. What in the world is causing this thing to get stuck in red? It could just be a weird build mode bug too, like leaving and coming back. I think we've tried leaving and coming back though. What made it concerning is that it was continuing to happen even further down. Although it does not appear to be happening here. So it's only happening on the top. Does it ever change off of being red? It just changed. Oh, it's exactly what I said earlier, but I forgot to update the code. Where is it? Where is it? The hex placement right here. Where does it happen? Did I already delete it? Current function, next function. Did I delete it? Where we were setting the mesh to use the correct texture. Command find set texture. Oh, we're not doing that in here. Okay. And we're not doing that on the hex tile on start? Oh, we are on start. We need to delete it from on start. This is it. That was the problem. Because all of those set textures take a really long time to happen. So the delay, it was just that they were getting delayed. Whereas because I've now set them all on start, like they're the default texture, it now shouldn't have a problem. It does make you wonder though, if we had 24 players running across all these, if the setting texture might be too long of a delay. So that will be needed for testing later. Okay. And it's gone. Yeah. Dang it. I knew that was the problem. I said that was the problem. Oh, how'd that one get stuck as pink? Same thing. Maybe because I'm just going too fast. So maybe that is going to be a real problem. I mean, we could just make a longer delay before we respawn them. Like that one down there is red. It should change back by default. Let's just head down here and watch slowly. They should turn back now that I'm slowing down. At least that's how the theory goes, right? And it's definitely not happening so much on world start. It seems to only be happening with... Okay, come on, guys. Only because I've been going so fast. And we're all in the same layer. Maybe it's possible for them to get locked in when you go super fast. Okay, so set texture, definitely not something I can abuse too heavily. I'm wondering how much this affects like the published world versus just being only in build mode. Like, is this also a problem there? But I do think now that there are more tiles, we can increase the delay from 500 milliseconds to something a lot larger. So on the hex tile function, we were waiting 400 milliseconds before replacing, but we can now change that to maybe 1,400 milliseconds. So it's not instantaneously building it up. You have to wait just a brief amount of time before they'll appear. That could help with the texture. It would help in the sense that there'd be less tiles active at any given time, so you couldn't just keep running at full speed all the time. You'd actually have to, you know, play it smart. Okay. So far, none stuck at red. Now we're going to go full speed. Theoretically, running at full speed, they're still going to get stuck at red. But they will just respawn a second later. Yeah, there's one. I was thinking when we spawn them, we could also call the set texture, but then that adds an additional set texture. It seems like a mistake. Especially for what seems like a relatively harmless bug. But I think it'll be a lot worse when there's 24 players jumping on these, so I'm really not sure. These are just like the limitations of Horizon you run into when you're trying to push to build something insane like this. Oh, wow. Oh no, this is actually a great example of what we were talking about. This is so fun. I love this. This is so much fun. Because now you're like down here and it's like you run and then you're running out of tile. But then they respawn. Oh, that is so much fun. Don't miss one. But also the faster I go, the faster we get to the next layer. But then if someone was above me, oh no, oh no. Okay, like, isn't that great? Love that. Yeah, if someone was above me, it would also be spawning tiles in. So much fun. Okay, I've got to call it there. There's some weird bugs. I'm curious if they're going to happen when I start testing this in published mode, but it's been a blast. Thanks for hanging out, guys. That's a whopper, a 5-hour whopper. Yeah, whew. I am tired. Food is a necessity now. Because it's 5 hours on the recording, but I've taken like pause breaks here and there. Because I don't know, I started a lot earlier. Okay. Ta-ta. Happy New Year, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.